Options, extensions, and trades. Oh my. Welcome to What's in a Game. On today's show, it's free agency day across the NBA, and we are here to break down the moves as they happen. But first, LeGM strikes again. Is LeBron signaling that he wants to leave the Lakers? Stay tuned and find out. Welcome back to What's in a Game. I'm Grace Jean here with my co-host Will Jones. How are you doing today, Will?
I guess I'm excited for free agency, but also nervous because the Nuggets really need to get this day right or actually get some guys who are going to make an impact. How are you doing? Are you nervous?
I don't know if they're going to do anything today, if I'm being honest. Am I nervous? I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. You know what? Why Will? Because you are back to handle all of the behind the scenes stuff for the show after the last episode. I think it went pretty well with CT on the last show. Saw you hanging out in the chat for a bit of it.
Yep.
But I'm glad to not have to think about all of the things that you do over the course of a show. Actually, before we jump into things, a couple of programming notes. The main one really is please hit the like and subscribe buttons. We're still trying to hit 1,000 subs. I think we're at over 960 subscribers right now, which is like super cool. Like we're inching towards our goal. We're at 969 actually, so one away from 970. Maybe we could hit 975 by the end of the stream. Will, I wanted to ask you your impressions of the new Denver Nuggets executives before we jumped in the show, because you didn't get to be on our show last week after we actually heard from them.
Yeah. I mean, I thought you and CT did a great job covering it, and I'm just hoping for the best in terms of them. Like I like the fact that John Wallace is familiar with some past Nuggets organizational people, especially the players, but also got new experience in Minnesota, who was a team that was dominating us. And so he probably knows why we were struggling with them specifically, I'm hoping. And
even if he won't share that out loud with us for some reason.
Well, I'm happy he's not, because he doesn't want to like throw anyone under the bus now that he's on our team, and he doesn't want to seem like he's betraying Minnesota. Like, as long as he's talking to Ben and Josh about it behind the scenes, I don't care. He doesn't need to share it in the media. But I'm just hoping that helps, and we won't know. I am a little worried because it's, this LeBron rumor. We do have LeBron on the thumbnail, and we're going to talk about that. Those kinds of big moves, when they pop up like this on such short notice, which I don't think is going to happen. It's just like fun for me and fans to think about, and other Nuggets potters have been doing discussions on LeBron just for fun. I'm like, what are the chances?
Always fun to have a bit of clickbait.
Yeah. I'm just like, what are the chances Ben and John are ready and waiting to make a huge move like that? And they're so new, and it's like,
should the opportunity present itself.
And you're calling Rob Pelinka, you've never negotiated with him before. I don't know. It's like that kind of thing makes me a little bit nervous, obviously, now that we're like here.
You don't want to accidentally we got LeBron, but we traded Jokic. That's not what they're gonna do, guys. We're joking. Shouldn't joke about trading Jokic, apparently.
We are live, Druid Trading. Welcome.
We are live, yes. All right, a couple of quick free agency ground rules before we start the discussion today. So teams have been, at least legally, negotiating with their own pending free agents, of players that were on their roster last season that are about to be free agents that will be eligible to sign with them. Technically, teams are allowed to be talking to those guys before today. That's why we've seen a lot of the news already over the last couple of weeks now about extensions that have already been negotiated for players staying on their current teams. And various options, team options, where the team has the opportunity to either say, yeah, we're going to pick up your contract for one more year, or the player decides they're going to pick up their player option for another year to stay with that team, have been picked up and declined. And that's going to basically texture the, free agent pool that we're going to be talking about today. Technically, nothing that we hear about today, or even some of the extensions that have happened over the last couple weeks, can be signed and made official until July 6th. But basically, what's being reported today is going to be what the deals are, with the exception of things like sign in trades, or other trades that could happen, because you never know. Sometimes, like, multiple teams could get involved to try to make the money work, and second round picks being moved around and that kind of thing. But otherwise, like, contracts you hear about are likely going to be as they are sort of reported today. We're probably going to start getting pretty news about contracts signed by players changing teams pretty quickly, mostly because, like I said, teams are. Oh, well, there's a bit of an echo. Um, Mostly because teams are definitely tampering behind the scenes to talk to guys that aren't on their teams early, to arrange these deals even before free agency actually happens. Everybody does it. Everybody knows that everybody does it. Only the Philadelphia 76ers apparently ever get caught and then punished for it, and by having like various draft picks taken away. But that's the landscape that we're working with today. So we're going to talk about a couple of stories that I wanted to discuss before the actual sort of maelstrom of free agent news comes in, having to do with the deals that we've had over the last basically over the last week. And then we'll kind of start talking about free agency news as it comes in. All right, first story of the day. LeBron opts in to his player option with the Los Angeles Lakers. And, maybe you're thinking, like, okay, whatever, he picks up his player option. What's the big deal? I'm going to read a quote from Rich Paul to you, Will, and you're going to tell me what you think that means. That's LeBron's agent, for anybody that doesn't know. What do you think that means, that they put this quote out alongside the news that LeBron was opting in?
It's hard to imagine it being anything other than LeBron saying he's thinking about leaving, at least. Because I thought that that would happen around when the Luka trade happened, because it just seemed like a clear shift from the LeBron AD philosophy. And it just was like, this is the future now. We're going to have to put certain players around Luka that benefits Luka. And you can't blame the Lakers for doing that since LeBron's about to retire. So it's more of the LeBron, like, subtle, passive aggressive ways of getting his, desires out there. But like, I'm still like almost like, as much as I would be excited about LeBron possibly leaving, depending on where he goes, um, it's almost hard to believe that it would actually happen. He's just like so ingrained in LA, like right now, and he just refuses to ever entertain ideas of going anywhere else. And this was the first sign that he might be.
Yeah, and you might think, like, well, when a player picks up their player option, that means they're staying, right? Well, no. Especially not when it's LeBron. LeBron has actually never, up until this point, opted into a deal when the option was presented to him, ever in his entire career. Um, the first time he picked up an option, it was an early termination option, which is like the opposite of a player option. It was when he was done in Miami after 4 years there, but his contract was actually for 6 years. And so he decided to terminate his contract early so he could go back to Cleveland in 2015. So that was interesting. And everybody sort of knows LeBron for his 1+1 deals, always as a player option at the end. And usually it's like a shorter term contract. And sometimes, like, okay, part of that is definitely this idea of, I'm LeBron, I want to keep pressure on the organization. They know that I could always leave. Which is funny, because if he wants to leave, he might want to leave now, and the thing he's doing is picking up the option and not declining it. um but that's sort of how things work in NBA land.
Shit, I think I'm muted. Sorry, people. Fenton Jones says he hopes Wallace is tampering heavy for us. Speaking of, getting messages out there and front offices trying to land big fish in this market. Yeah, I hope the Nuggets front office are doing that, though. They're now small fish in this GM pond, and
Yes.
they're going to need to prove
Was
that.
Calvin a big fish in the GM pond?
I don't think so. I think
Was Tim Connolly a big fish in the GM pond when he was in Denver?
I think he got there. Like, I think he established enough relationships to make some moves. And obviously he did the huge Rudy Gobert trade going to Minnesota, which was a massive trade. And people, were kind of clowning on that as one of the worst trades in NBA history. Turned out a little better than that, I would say, for them. One of those weird situations where you overpay heavily, but it kind of like works out in some senses. I mean, they made 2 Western Conference Finals, and depending on what you think of Rudy Gobert, it has worked out for them in some senses. But yeah, I'm hoping you guys are right about John Wallace. People talking about in the chat and everything. But yeah, let's get into LeBron.
So Rich Paul put out a statement alongside the news of LeBron opting in. He says, quote, LeBron wants to compete for a championship. He knows the Lakers are building for the future. He understands that, but he values a realistic chance of winning it all, which that part he's said like every year. So that didn't really, faze me. Except the Lakers are building for a future thing that wasn't relevant until Luka. But the next part of this, we understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage of his life and career. He wants to make every season he has left count, which on its face is actually not that different from what Rich Paul, because he puts a statement out with respect to LeBron every year, because it's almost every year since he's been with the Lakers that he's either renegotiating a new contract, or that's what it is. Renegotiating a new contract until this year where he ends up picking up his player option. I had 2 ideas when I read this, because it seemed like everybody's reaction was like, oh, LeBron is actually thinking about leaving LA. I'm still skeptical of that. I think there's like a 65% chance he stays a Laker and wants to stay a Laker. And this is more of a like soft power play. Right. There's been a lot of news over the last year, and it kind of started around the rumblings with the Luka trade, how the Lakers have been sort of severing a lot of the ties that they have to Clutch Sports Management, which is Rich Paul's agency that LeBron is a client of. But so are a lot of Lakers, like Vanderbilt. Last year, Cam Reddish, he finally is off the books for them.
Wait.
I think Christian Wood as well.
You know who else is represented by Clutch?
Who?
David Adelman.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
So is AG, actually.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe DA wants his biggest Clutch friend.
Oh my gosh. That would be something, wouldn't it? I wonder what kind of contract Clutch negotiated for Adelman. I don't think it was a particularly great one.
Yeah.
So the Lakers have been severing ties with Clutch, and this sort of statement and opt-in might be just sort of a soft power play to sort of try to reassert some level of not control, but control at the organization. Like, hey, you still have like this generational player here, and you guys should be doing more to help him win. Now, to be clear, the things that Clutch has suggested in the past have not really been like positive developments for the Lakers roster. This wasn't a situation where, like Clutch really wants them to spend on these really impactful role players, and they won't. Clutch was behind Talen Horton-Tucker getting like chosen over Alex Caruso, right? Clutch is behind Cam Reddish, Christian Wood, Jared Vanderbilt, all getting player options in deals signed after this new CBA, and sort of taking up roster spots. With the exception of Vanderbilt, he actually contributes when he's on the floor. On a team that is like at least ostensibly has been trying to win. So it's not necessarily a bad thing for the competitiveness of the Lakers that they've tried to sort of sever these ties and stop sort of getting bullied into perhaps really bad contracts. Um, and I think, look, I think that LeBron is probably in line with what Rich Paul is saying, but we also heard stories when OG Anunoby was in the process of, I think when he was still in the process of leaving Toronto. I think he was previously represented by Clutch, switched over to CAA before he got traded to the Knicks, I believe. And all that CAA connection with the Knicks, which is part of why we thought Michael Malone might be a candidate for that coaching position. We haven't heard anything about that. But OG Anunoby, one of the reasons that he switched agencies is that his representation was putting information out there that wasn't really in line with what he actually thought. Things like, oh, I want to be like a bigger feature of the offense kind of thing. And who knows, maybe OG did believe that, but didn't want that out there. So that was like one of his stated justifications for switching agencies. I'm not saying that LeBron doesn't agree with what Rich Paul is putting out there, but I'm not saying that the sort of strength of the language is necessarily in line with what LeBron thinks. So for me, the reason I still believe LeBron is going to continue to be a Laker is that he is 40 years old. Or is he 41 yet? He's turning 41?
I don't actually know. I think he's only 40.
Okay.
He turned 40.
40 years old. He's been in LA for the last 7 years. And we know that Savannah, his wife, doesn't want to move. His son is going to be starting school in not in LA, I think in Arizona next year.
I don't
his son Bryce.
I don't think the Jameses are moving from LA. LeBron would have to go in mercenary mode if he's going to another team for like a season.
And he'd have to be away from his family more, because obviously you're away for half the NBA season because you're away for the away games, of course. And I just don't think he's interested in that. Like, the thing is, like, LeBron, one of the things with Jokic, like the reason that I'd be so skeptical of the idea that he would leave Denver unless it just got really, like, it'd have to get really, really bad, is that he probably doesn't want to move. Like, he's just that kind of personality. LeBron's not that kind of personality, but he is 40, and like the older you get, the closer you get to that kind of personality. That's why we see so many of these. We're not even going to talk about this as a main story, but Nicholas Batum ends up getting a pretty big trade kicker in the contract that he just signed with the Los Angeles Clippers to make it more difficult for them to trade him.
He doesn't want out,
yeah. He's like, I don't want to leave LA. I don't want to. So, and LeBron had a no trade clause in his contract. So obviously he doesn't want them to trade. He didn't want them to trade him at the time that he, signed that contract last summer.
No, he's been very committed to LA. Like, we've had people in the chat saying LeBron's ego wants him to retire as a Laker. Interesting way to frame it. I do think he does want to be seen as a historical Laker type, and the likes of Kobe and Kareem and Shaq, all those dudes. And so it's like he has this long tenure in LA that I think's lasted longer than most people foresaw when he joined them. Got lucky to win one. And
maybe because we didn't think he'd still be playing.
No, not at all. I think he's surprised some people, though. I mean, he's always been durable, but I think people were skeptical he'd still be this impactful at this age. But I've always said, if he wants to win a championship, he should not be on the Lakers. He should be looking to go somewhere else. And he just keeps staying for reasons that I think are beyond basketball, which is fine if you are in that stage of your career. But if he really wants to win another championship, he should consider this mercenary thing and going to, like, look at how open the East is. We've been talking about this with the Celtics and the Pacers not in anyone's way over there.
Yep.
Anyone could go to the Knicks, who's now, well, not anyone, but like, if you're someone who can go to the Knicks, you could go there. It's a wide open path to the finals pretty much if you're healthy. And there's been some rumors about Russ possibly going there. We'll see if that ends up being a thing, by the way. People have been pointing that out in the chat. And we'll see what the Lakers do. Though they got the new ownership as well, and Luka, so it's quite a change in
There's some
landscape.
upheaval happening, yeah, for sure.
So it's just like,
but again, if this was earlier in LeBron's career, even like 3 years earlier, I would take this more seriously as a possibility. But it's not.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I wanted to, the other idea that I had when I heard these statements is like, maybe he actually is thinking about not necessarily going somewhere else, but it could be. But this is more like I'm contemplating my basketball mortality and how much longer I actually still want to be doing this. And maybe I want to have one last ride like somewhere else, but maybe I want to push the Lakers into like moving the chips into the middle of the table so that I can have like one big farewell tour in LA.
I just think if that's LeBron's thinking, he doesn't have that much leverage. Like that's not going to be that
Yeah.
convincing to me if
Yeah.
I'm the
No,
new
I don't think
Lakers
I don't think
ownership.
so either,
Yeah.
but just because something isn't convincing doesn't mean it's an argument that doesn't pop into your head and then come out of your agent's mouth.
Yeah, no, totally. He's like, oh,
Right?
the Lakers shouldn't just be looking to the future. They should be trying to win now with me. But it's like, I feel like LeBron's probably smarter than that. But who knows? LeBron's weird sometimes. So.
Yeah, no, he definitely is weird. But yeah, the Lakers probably this was interesting because we were going to talk about the DeAndre Ayton news separate from this, but the rumblings are getting louder and louder. So we got the LeBron opt-in news first thing in the morning, basically yesterday, and then I think middle of the afternoon. It was in the middle of a couple of different live streams that I watched yesterday on these moves. DeAndre Ayton, his representation, I guess, put out the story that he got bought out by the Portland Trail Blazers, which was kind of crazy because he was owed over $30 million for this next year, and will be on the free agent market just outright. Now, the thing that I want to keep in mind for people is that technically any team could sign him for like any amount of money at this point. Because he's getting bought out in the off season. It's not like a mid-season buyout thing where there's all these restrictions on the type of teams that could buy him out because of how much money he made previously. But to give up as much money as he did in this buyout with Portland, and we still don't know how much they've sort of shaved off the top for, to get this deal done. But I imagine it's some substantial chunk. I have to imagine that he had a planned destination in mind. And a lot of people have been pointing out that DeAndre Ayton shares an agent with, drumroll, Luka Doncic in Bill Duffy. And the Lakers need a big man. They need a starting caliber center. It's been a rather quiet offseason for them in that respect. And so the fit just kind of makes sense. Like a lot of people were thinking about like how could the Lakers trade for Ayton when he was going to be just on this expiring contract with Portland. So, Will, what do you think about the Ayton fit with the Lakers? And do you think that that's the kind of news that would, if LeBron is thinking about leaving to go to a more competitive situation, is that the kind of thing that could sort of nudge him back in the direction of staying in LA?
It depends. Like if LeBron's very serious about trying to win, I don't think Ayton would swing him to then stay. I just don't think Ayton's good enough, though he's like.
But how serious about? Because you can be serious about wanting to win. I think you can be serious about wanting to win, but not so serious about wanting to win that you're like, I have to go to the Thunder.
Let's just say if LeBron is really leaning towards leaving, I don't think Ayton will convince him to stay. But I mean, they're gonna need a big anyway, so I don't know what bigs would make LeBron
right. You're
stay.
saying if he's already gotten to the point where the competitiveness of the team is what is actually driving him to consider leaving, then it would take something bigger because it had to have taken enough to get him to that point.
Yeah, I just don't think Ayton is good enough if I'm LeBron at least. We have some comments. HM Yes, hello, says Ayton would be good in Golden State. Tony B says Ayton couldn't handle the pressure, couldn't handle being a Laker. It's an interesting point as well. I mean, you're going to get Ayton for probably cheap now because he's a buyout. So it depends on what he's asking for, but I get
probably
how
going to get the full MLE from them. The sort of rumors were that they Dorian Finney-Smith declines his player option that he had from his previous contract. And I thought that the Lakers were going to sign him with at least part of their full mid-level exception to like some 2 or 3 year deal. But now it seems like he's leaving for Houston. And is that happening because LA basically told him that we're going to be going after Ayton?
Wait, who's going to Houston?
Dorian
Oh,
Finney-Smith.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the situation is there. He seems not happy on the Lakers, and which is weird because he's tight with Luka. I don't know what's going on there, but
I don't. Do you think it's that or like the money? Like the money, because it's like, well, I like he's kind of at that stage in his career where he needs like one more big deal because he's
yeah,
probably going to be just like maximum like after this sort
yeah,
of contract cycle for him, he's not going to be making more than like a TPMLE at most, and maybe like a minimum candidate every free agency after this. So he needs to try to sort of make as much as he can, and if the Lakers aren't offering it, it doesn't make sense for him to stay.
that's true. It's weird that the Lakers. I don't know if they can offer him more or not. I'm not as familiar with their whole salary cap sheet, but if they could offer a little more to keep him, they probably should have done that. But
Yeah.
oh yeah, there was this whole thing about Palinka and this knee
Oh,
injury to drive
really?
his value down. Yeah, there was this whole thing about that got
Oh man, that
and
would piss me
that
off.
apparently got back to Dorian Finney-Smith. I
That
don't
is
know.
so
Something to
shady,
monitor. Something to
and
monitor.
also so in line with everything you've heard about Rob Pelinka.
I'm telling you, the firing is coming. But why are they letting him do this free agency? I wouldn't if I
He
was the
also
new
got
Lakers
them
owner.
Luca though.
He didn't.
Like,
Nico got them Luca. Nico's
yeah,
the
but he
best GM in Lakers
but
history.
Pelinka got them Luca for like peanuts.
Uh,
For okay, to be fair, 80 and peanuts.
I still think that's more on. I don't. I give Palinka no credit for getting Luca,
Okay.
but yeah, Ayton. I think it's funny. Ayton has had such a weird thing, like career, and the Suns got rid of him. I think in part because they knew the Jokic matchup wasn't good, and they tried to go for the Nurkic move to help with Jokic, which I thought was silly at the time. Then he kind of falls off in Portland, and there's all this stuff about his effort not being there and his motivation not being there. I don't know if he really has it. He definitely needs like a prove it year on a new team.
And where is a better place to go for a prove it year as a big than with Luka Doncic, if we're being real? Because
That's
like,
true.
look, we're talking about Ayton, who has his own issues, right? As you've just expounded. Uh, but last year, Luka Doncic turned Jackson Hayes into a starting caliber looking center, at least for a large stretch of the regular season, which for the Lakers, especially if they keep LeBron, like for a team with LeBron, just having like a good regular season floor from other players could help you out a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I do think a lot of people, depending on where you are as a team, you could see Ayton as an amazing backup center. But you also could see him as like a starting center, like the Lakers might. And so
Right.
I'm just interested to see what role he takes, how much money he commands. I feel like so many teams want him because I think it's open the amount of money he could possibly take or not, and that's a good deal. And also, it's another center on the market that could free up a center for the Nuggets to get a backup center. So that could be good.
Yes. So that was actually a point that Jay Coyne, friend of the show, also made. And I really like that idea.
Because
So
people were
I was
like
happy
Ayton
to
as backup
see.
center for the Nuggets, and I was like, I don't really see that, but why would Ayton
That
do that?
means somebody else could be available if if the Lakers are no longer targeting Brook Lopez, maybe Brook Lopez goes somewhere else, and then that place isn't targeting Luke Cornett, and then we could get Luke Cornett.
Yeah, something like that. The dominoes could fall.
Yeah, we need to we need to flood the labor market for that particular position. Oh my gosh. But I wanted to show everybody what it could look like if LeBron is actually looking to get to a more competitive situation. Um, what would Denver have to do to be that team? In addition to convincing him to like you need to request that Denver is that team because in all honesty, if it was not up to LeBron, other teams can beat our packages, right?
Right. He'd have to want it, yeah.
Um, it's funny because I've been playing around with the trade machine a lot over the last few weeks, as I'm sure a lot of fans have been. And the LeBron deal was really not as difficult as like a KD deal, and it's crazy the difference that just $2 million in annual salary can make between the two of them. Uh, goodness.
We
Okay,
see what you
Hurricane.
did there, Hurricane.
Yeah. Okay, so let's bring up the LeBron to Denver trade that I got. So I actually modified this from the one I had originally in my notes because I wanted to show everybody what the sort of bare minimum would have to be that Denver sends out, just to get the salary matching right. So in this deal, I've got Michael Porter Jr. and Zeke Naji going out along with Dario Saric and Hunter Tyson. Um, the other versions of this deal in which Lakers actually get something of positive value besides like MPJ as a shooter next to Luka, especially because they're taking back the Zeke Naji contract. I've seen versions of this deal that include 2030 swaps, the 2031 first round pick. But the main sort of contract swap out that you could make, depending on what it is the Lakers might value in getting back for LeBron, is instead of Dario Saric, you include Peyton Watson, who makes just $1 million less, but the money still works out for both teams. If they wanted to have a young player, the thing with Peyton Watson is they might not want a player that is like extension eligible this year and is going to be like they only have a year left on his rookie deal before he's more expensive. Maybe they value the Dario Saric expiring more. I would imagine they'd prefer to get Peyton because that's a team that is lacking in wing athleticism, right? Another version of this deal that other friend of the show, Ryan Blackburn, actually put out included Christian Braun in that same slot and the 2031 pick. I would be against a deal like that because I just think if you're at the point where LeBron says Denver's the place I want to be, you shouldn't have to include more than like multiple. You shouldn't have to include multiple starters and a future first round pick.
It is LeBron, but yeah, he's on the way out.
No, yeah, because at that point, it's like he said, like, this is where I want to go. So you're just trying to work out a deal. So I'm not including multiple starters for that because I think that just creates problems for Denver that are more difficult to solve. But a lot of people have also pointed out, look, if we have LeBron here in Denver, maybe it'd be easier for us to get free agents.
What about these pick swaps and things of that nature?
Yeah, like I said, the 2030 swap is really the only one that's like on the table for something like this. The other swaps are like basically useless because Denver's going to have a worse pick than the Lakers for the foreseeable future, ideally.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't think so, right? Maybe they could just like say they got him in the deal, but they're not like they're fake swaps.
I still do think it's going to take some time to build around Luka. Which is why I think LeBron needs to leave if he's serious. But what do I know?
Yeah. Well, you don't have Savannah James as your wife either. So yeah, that's the kind of deal that Denver would have to make. And how do you feel about?
Did you include Bronny?
Oh, right. You have to include Bronny too. Yeah, I think you just talk. I think if you do the Dario deal instead, you can include Bronny without adding somebody else. But if you had to include another player, I would. At that point, you're throwing in Pickett and then figuring out like LeBron's your backup point guard.
Yeah.
And then you figure the rest out.
It would be interesting. I mean, I would like it. You know, I would like LeBron in Denver just because I think that would be the best player Jokic has played with in his career, most likely. Though I don't know how LeBron's going to be next year. There are times where he kind of fell off this last season and then turned the Jets back on, so to speak. And it's only going to be like a 1-year thing or 2-year thing. It just seems crazy, but if you could go for like a crazy move and try to win one more title with LeBron. And I always thought LeBron should have come to the Nuggets if he wanted to get to that 6-ring count and tie MJ back when he joined the Lakers. That is. But yeah, I don't know where he's gonna go. I feel like I'd be shocked if he came to the Nuggets. So
yeah, at this point, I'd be shocked if he left LA. Like I'd be equally shocked. And at that, if he gets to the point where he's actually leaving LA, that's where I'm like, oh, Denver now has like, I don't know, 40% chance of getting him because if he's leaving LA, he must be serious about getting to a competitive situation. Yeah. And I think Denver is like as good, if not better than a lot of the others, given what teams have to give up to get him, just in terms of the salary matching, right?
It's hard to hate on LeBron because everywhere he's gone, he's won a championship, but sometimes I do think he isn't the best evaluator of teams that are serious as contenders.
We know that he was talking to LeBron in 2018, right, when he decided to go to the Lakers instead. And I think everybody probably figured he was going to the Lakers, right? He had to go make Space Jam 2. So he needed to be in LA. But imagine how many championships he could have gotten if he'd been playing with Jokic this entire time.
So many.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to our first story, which is about our very own Christian Braun. A lot of news has come in the last couple of days on extensions for other first round picks, and we're probably going to get even more of that news, today. And extensions for other players I would like to sort of talk about as not necessarily comps, but can help anchor our discussion about what Christian's extension is probably going to look like. On our last show, CT and I talked about the comments by John and Ben about how they view Christian as part of the core of the team. They really value him and they'd like to get something done. They didn't really discuss the terms. That's normal. They're not going to talk about what their starting negotiation position is going to be in a press conference. So Christian is extension eligible starting July 1st. That is tomorrow, along with the entire 2022 first rounders who are going to be extension eligible starting then. Not everybody in that class is going to get extended, first of all, at all. And even if they do, they won't necessarily be extended this summer. Some of them will go to restricted free agency probably next summer. And we see at least one or two players go to restricted free agency every summer. We might see a lot more of them this year because teams are sort of trying to perhaps squeeze more out of guys under the new CBA. We will see. Maybe teams are just using the sort of threat of restricted free agency to try to get better deals for those same players this summer. But I wanted to put that date out there because should the Nuggets take a page from Grace's Florida Panthers, they kept Ekblad, Brack, and Bennett. We don't know about Ekblad yet. Hurricane. I have actually been following the NHL free agency news, so we have Bennett, and it seems like Ekblad might leave, and they might kind of do a bigger but short-term deal for Marchand. But we don't have to talk about hockey right now.
If it paves the way for the Nuggets to make a good roster, I'll take it. But I don't know anything about the Florida Panthers. So
the interesting thing about the NHL is that they operate under a hard cap, which is effectively what the NBA is operating under where the second apron serves as the hard cap, but it's also not the same. I almost kind of wish that they'd called the second apron the hard cap, and then the rules of engagement become a lot more simple when it comes to these contract decisions, but the NBA wants to be complicated and try to, couch it and be like, no, we are a soft cap. It's not the same, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to get into that. Hi, friends. Hello, U Sports. I don't know if this is Spencer or Caitlin.
I don't know either, but hello, Spencer and Caitlin. It's free agency
all right,
day.
So like I said, Christian's extension eligible tomorrow. Jokic becomes extension eligible for his 3-year extension that a lot of people talked about after last week's press conference where Josh Kroenke sort of made the comments. So oh my God, if we went into the second apron, there'd be a situation where we might have to think about trading Jokic, but they don't want to do that. And that's why we don't want to think about the second apron. We're not going to rehash that argument. But Jokic is extension eligible this summer. Oh my gosh, really, Hurricane? All right. We're not breaking hockey news.
The first news of NBA free agency is hockey news.
Is hockey. Wait, that's huge. I can't believe they got to keep all three. All right, I will contain my excitement for my home state's hockey team. Will we see a Christian Braun extension before the day that Jokic is extension eligible? Regardless of if you think Jokic will actually sign his extension this summer.
Do I think?
Will we see the announcement or the news that a Christian Braun extension has been negotiated? Because I think, look, just because Jokic isn't, even if you agree Jokic isn't signing his extension this summer, That's fine. They're still going to present it to him, and they can't present it to him, at least technically, until July 8th. But there's a sort of convention of like, you got to get like these guys done first, right? Last year, we had to wait for Jamal Murray's contract to get done first before AG's, even though like maybe Jamal's was like more up in the air. And so it's not really about like the way that things are prioritized in time isn't necessarily about how certain you are that it's going to happen, right? So you might be more uncertain about Jokic's, but it's like, well, we gotta like at least present Jokic's and like get the answer first before we proceed with Christian Braun's extension. Or because Christian is a top 21 pick in his draft class, and probably just in terms of where he was drafted, I think he's well above that considering the number of busts that came out of that draft as well. Are we going to see his extension news probably coming within the first couple of days of free agency, alongside all the other first rounders that are extension eligible, before it's even time for Jokic to be extension eligible?
I think we could see it before. I mean, what Jokic is gonna be at more or less. Like even if he waits a year, you should know what that's gonna be around. And I think you can evaluate CB's percentage of the cap, whatever you want to do, in line with whatever Jokic is gonna be at. I don't know how free agency will affect that. Like, do you see what signings we're gonna be able to make affecting the CB extension at all?
None. No. Yeah. Nothing that Denver is able to, because Christian's extension wouldn't even kick in until 26-27. He still has one year left on his rookie deal either way.
I would expect that we would see that news probably after free agency. They should be focused on these signings and worry about that later, though I know that's not typically how we do it. But unless the news is coming out in 12 minutes, they should be working on free agency.
Yeah, they are doing that. But, there's lots of people working in a front office. There's lots of things happening. Maybe you're right. They're working on trying to fill out the roster spots first, and then they'll work on.
I mean, I'd like to stay flexible. That decision, I don't know. I'm feeling better about the Christian extension. I know people are nervous about giving, he's like one of our cost controlled players. You're giving him a lot of money. I know that sucks. But I definitely felt more relaxed about it when I was listening to Ryan talk about it and how it's like 18% of the cap is around where he'll be 18 to 20 in years down the line. It won't be as expensive as it sounds, at least the number of like 30 million. But we are going to go over some of the extensions that have been coming out and talking about how that relates to Christian. Warney Anderson from the chat says he thinks that deal Jabari got should be just about what he expects for CB. 12 to 12.5 of the cap. I think CB probably gets a little more than that, but we're going to go over these extensions.
The deal Jabari got was not 12% of the cap, though. I think it was like 17%. Yeah, we're going to go over that. So
we know what you mean, though.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to talk about a few extensions that happened in the last couple of days, or announcements of them, that could help anchor some of our discussion around Christian. Well, if you could bring up the Naz Reid extension image here. So Naz Reid extended for 5 years, $125 million with the Minnesota Timberwolves, which I reacted to live on the show last Friday. Yeah. So that was interesting. That was like a interesting sort of Friday news dump timing with that one. Pretty like in the evening too. I was surprised, but after I sort of digested it, it made sense. Like I was surprised that the Wolves went with that long of a deal for Naz. I believe it has a player option on the last year of it as well, which is meaningful in terms of like, if you got a player option, what was given up? Like, were they like, look, we need you to take like a lower number than, did they think that Naz was going to get like $30 million a year in free agency? And that's why they were like, look, we can't give you the, we can't give you that number because we're trying to get under the second apron, but we can give you like 25 a year and 5 years and the 5th year's a player option. So that was interesting. To be clear, his agent is the agent of a lot of Denver Nuggets that have gotten sort of similar, very favorable deals. Jeff Schwartz of Excel Management, which I was just like, oh, Denver's old pal. They're negotiating that deal. Will, when you saw that Nas is extending with the Wolves, were you disappointed?
Yeah, I was disappointed. I didn't want Nas to be back there. I wanted him to go somewhere else and get like, some huge overpay from some other team. But, I kind of am a Nas hater just because he's on the Wolves, and I don't think I think he's really good, but versus the Nuggets, I don't think he like holds Jokic as much as everyone says. So I'm ultimately fine with it. Wolves get their guy. I just want someone from the Wolves to leave. Like if Nah would leave, like they chose Nas, they're keeping certain other guys. I just need one person to leave from the Wolves.
Well, it looks like that Nikhil is going to be the main sort of casualty of the second apron here because they can't afford to give him more than a minimum, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get more than that in free agency. They can't afford to give him more than the minimum if they want to stay under the second apron, I should say. Anyway, so Nas is getting a 5-year deal, $25 million a year. How would you rate Christian versus Nas Reed as players, just in terms of impact? Because obviously they've had different roles, especially over the last year, where Nas sort of continues to be Minnesota's 6th man, and I actually thought with the size of this deal, it was a signal that he was going to be starting, but then we got the Julius Randle extension news also, so it looks like he's still not going to be starting, but maybe he doesn't care anymore because he got his contract. Versus Christian, who was obviously starting all year this year for the first time, right? And was sort of Denver's 6th man the year before, at least by the end of the season. Yeah, I wanted to know because when I saw that extension, I saw the number. I was sort of like, oh, that's something that's at least in the ballpark of where I sort of envisioned Christian sort of the annual number for Christian's extension to be. But I hadn't thought of Nas Reed as a comp in terms of like players that make comparable impact. So I wanted to know where you were on that.
It is hard to compare in some sense. There's different players, different roles, different pecking order in some sense. Like Nas hasn't been a de facto starter for the Wolves in the way that the Nuggets have committed to Christian being a starter, though I think Nas is good enough to be a starter in the league for sure. But like he's like a big guy and he has the 3-point shot, which to me brings the value for me above Christian a little bit just for that fact alone. And he can play some defense. Like he's not like a scrub, but I mean Christian has to play a different kind of defense, and his role on the team and the way we depend on him for some perimeter defense and some wing stopping is pretty important next to Jokic, and he does need to get better in that sense. So like I don't know if I feel worse about where Christian is defensively than Nas just for like the amount we have to depend on CB, if that makes sense.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Right. One of the things that I thought when I first saw this deal was, okay, I guess Julius is out or he's going to take his player option and maybe Minnesota at the latest tries to trade him at the trade deadline, just as an expiring contract, because they're making this long-term and pretty big money commitment to Nas, who's now making starter money. Like, there's no really other way to put that. But then they extended Julius. So my original thought was, okay, Nas's production and impact is going to be under a different kind of scrutiny once he's a starter. But I don't even know when that's going to be at this point because of just how their forward situation, their center forward situation is currently arranged alongside their cap sheet. But that was my thought. And it made me wonder, like, I don't think that Christian's overall impact is that far off from Nas.
Yeah, I
Even though
probably
like
agree.
he doesn't have as big of like a there's like Christian just does a lot of little things on the floor that I think he just knows how to play,
I love
that I
watching
think
Christian play. Like, I really do.
right that start to, in addition to obviously the transition finishing and all of that, like really great, regular season player. But even in the playoffs, like especially when he steps up his defensive game, that changes things a lot. I just think he's very disciplined, and that sort of stuff maybe starts to eliminate the gap in terms of just clearly Nas is the way more skilled offensive player. Nobody is arguing that, right?
Yeah, Warren was just saying that he was using the projected cap down the line, which maybe could
I
lower the
see.
percent when it raises up.
Right.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that must be it. That must be it. You're thinking I was thinking more year one. And I went back to check the numbers, and they are closer to your figure than mine actually. So when you look at Nas's contract, because I want to start talking about these things again as percentages of the salary cap. The first year of his deal, it actually starts at like 21 million, and then it's like ascending from there. So it averages out to 25 million a year, but it's like 21 in the first year, and it escalates up to 28 million. So we don't have to think too much about that, but I think that first year figure is important because, like in Denver's case, because of the situation they're going to be in once Christian's deal kicks in at the same time as AG's new extension kicks in, at the same time as we're in the second year of Jamal's max extension. We're in the, well, at that point, fourth year of Jokic's max extension, etc. Right. But Nas's deal is currently at around 14% of the salary cap. Okay.
do you want to talk about Jabari? Just
I do. So
yeah,
that's what I was going to lead into right now. So let's talk about Jabari Smith Jr.'s extension by contrast. So this came out just yesterday, where Jabari Smith Jr. signs a 5-year, $122 million rookie extension. So his deal will be kicking in the same time that Christian's is, whenever we find out whatever that deal is, which is next year. This one very much surprised me, Will. So similar player to Nas in that he can sort of be a starter for this Houston Rockets team. Jabari obviously much younger. Although Hans is actually not that old. I think he's only a couple of years older than Christian. But this past year has been playing the role of the sixth man ever since Amin Thompson's ascent to the starting lineup, and his impact. Like I was looking at the impact metrics for Amin over the last year. Like that kid's trajectory is actually kind of scary. I'm talking like Anthony Edwards kind of scary. But yeah, Jabari was sort of relegated to the bench in the wake of all of that happening. Still a good player. I thought he was really good for them in the playoffs. But here he is getting a contract that averages out to I think
24.
24.4
Yeah.
million a year. And so a figure in terms of average amount just under what Nas is getting. But that's money that like normally a starter would get. Unlike Nas, though, you're in a situation in Houston where they just traded away 2 starters to get Kevin Durant, and so there is a starting spot available for him to leap into and start to, leap back into that starting role and start to, make that level of impact. And so I just thought that was an interesting sort of 2 contracts that came in close time that are similar amount. And yes, free agency is now open. Negotiations are legally happening now. So I'll ask you the same question that I did with Nas. Where do you see Christian's impact and potential? Because now we're talking about 2 players in the same draft class around the same age, relative to Jabari Smith Jr., who went 3rd in that class.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like Jabari, because he was 3rd, almost is underperforming in some sense, but he's still promising. And
Well, he's not. That's the thing, is he's not getting paid like he hadn't underperformed. He's getting
right.
paid like, okay, you've got the draft pedigree of a 3rd overall pick, but you haven't quite gotten there yet.
But
right?
I think he could have gotten more money. No.
Yes, he could have. That's what I'm saying. He's
Yeah.
not. He's not getting paid
Oh,
like
he's not getting
he.
paid. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. So Christian, though, picked much later, he did contribute, I guess, to our championship. Like, I'll give him some credit for that, like, because that was a tough thing to come in as a rookie and play in that situation, and then took over KCP's role as a starter. Like, he's definitely done a lot that warrants getting paid. As much as like I want him on a cheap contract for the Nuggets to be good for our whole team, you can make a case that CB's done more than Jabari. Even if like I like this deal in terms of like what we could give CB, the percentage wise and just number wise, I think Christian's probably gonna get more than that just by nature of what he's already done.
So I like that you're thinking about the like what's the contrast here between these two. So a lot of people talk about, like I just mentioned, draft pedigree, right? Christian is a first round pick. Obviously didn't go quite as high as Jabari, and I think that there's a bigger gap, say, between where Christian was and someone like Andrew Nemhard, or bigger gap between like the where Christian was drafted in terms of draft pedigree and that sort of equity that exists there, and where Jabari was, then between Christian and Andrew Nemhard. And it's not just because of numerically 21 is closer to 31 than 3. um but you could look at Andrew Nemhard in terms of like progression and impact to the team and like what he's done. Now, the Pacers didn't win the championship, but Andrew was the starting shooting guard on a team that went to finals this past year, of course, right? But Andrew Nemhard, not technically a first round pick. He went 31st. He went right after Peyton Watson in 2022. And Andrew Nemhard's contract is a bit less than both Jabari and Nas, even though like he was kind of in a sixth-man role for Indiana last year for half the year, then moved into the starting lineup, and then this year he's a full-time starter. So I would sort of comp him in terms of like, okay, like these players have like done similar amounts of things within the league, more so than like Christian to Jabari. Do you think that's a good comp in that sense?
It's tough to say. I mean, Nemhard though, like I just think Nemhard is really good. Like
No, I agree.
I would pay Nemhard more than Christian if I like had to, in a vacuum delineate money for their value.
I agree with that, and I think it's because of the creation upside. Although Andrew Nemhard is a little bit older than Christian, I think he a 4-year prospect from Gonzaga. I think Christian was a 3-year prospect from Kansas, wasn't he? But anyway, Andrew Nemhard already got his extension last year. He signed his extension because he was a second-round pick. The Pacers were able to decline his team option on the last year of his deal and say, look, we're going to pay you maybe a little bit less than we think you'll be worth on an annual basis. But the trade-off is you get to start your second contract early, which means you start making more than, I think, in the $5 to $6 million range per year. Now he's making 18, 19, 20 million dollars per year on average. His next contract this upcoming season is going to be for $18 million. So unlike Christian, like Denver doesn't have that option with Christian because he was not a second round pick. So it's just kind of like, damn it. Indiana got like the sort of best of both worlds in that sense. But if you wanted to use Andrew's contract as a comp for where Christian's going to be, that's one where he's making just under 12% of the cap next year. Right?
Yeah, possible first move has been done, Grace, if you're interested.
Oh, we have a news. Let's see what's going on here.
Possibly D'Angelo Russell to the Mavs.
To the Mavs. Oh, to the Mavs. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I thought defense won championships.
Well, Kyrie's out for a year, so they need a little Kyrie replacement.
That's true, but Kyrie's a better defender than D'Lo.
Yeah, but he's not known to be like. Yeah, I mean he is a much better defender than D'Lo, but this is I haven't seen Shams report this yet.
Who was that one by? Was that
That
Haynes?
was
Was that Ari?
Ari. But also, we
Interesting.
had HM Yiz say that in the chat. D'Lo signed with the Mavs. I don't know if you saw from
Oh,
someone else,
well,
but
as long as HMU says it,
yeah.
it must be true. Now, if D'Lo did sign with the Mavs or is planning to sign with the Mavs, that's one more Russell Westbrook suitor off the board. We have seen rumors starting this morning that the Kings and the Knicks might also be teams who are interested in Russ, so we're going to be
Yeah.
monitoring that.
Chris Haynes said he scheduled a meeting with the Kings, but we had heard
Okay.
that he, was linked to the Kings are
I
definitely
love how
looking
we're
for
getting
point
news about
guards.
like a Zoom call has been
Zoom
scheduled.
call
Like,
scheduled, yeah.
just let us know when the deal's done. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then if there's like something juicy that comes out about the sequence of events that leads to a deal or not deal, then tell us in that story. I don't need to know when the Zoom call has been scheduled.
Yeah.
Um, okay, the last thing about Christian specifically that I wanted to cover on this is obviously like Nas and Jabari both get 5-year deals, and that sort of enables the team to try to get something done for maybe less in annual value than another team might have given him on a shorter deal. So for example, if Nas was like, well, I think the Pistons would give me $30 million in a sign-in trade, but the Wolves are like, well, we can't do that because we're trying to stay on their second apron, but we can give you another year guaranteed. I don't, this is the way that these negotiations go, right? I thought it was really interesting that Jabari's agent wasn't able to get a player option on the end of his deal, because he is such a young player. He's going to be on a, even if he stays like the level of player that he is or only improves like very marginally over the next few years, he's making basically fifth starter on a good team, like good fifth starter money now, and because of the way that the cap is going up over the next few years, that's going to be just a really cheap deal by the last year of his contract, and he's probably going to be underpaid in the last, again, with only marginal improvements, the last like 3 years of that deal. That's going to look like really sweet for Houston. So I think that was a really good like shrewd move by Houston to get the contract structure that they did with Jabari.
But
But then,
sorry,
oh, go ahead.
speaking Houston Rockets, looks like Aaron Holiday re-signing, and
Yeah.
Jeff Green
Yeah.
is re-signing.
Houston put out the news yesterday that like, nope, we're keeping all these guys to stop thirsting over our end of bench free agents. So that was less surprising to me than some of the other Houston Rockets news. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Vet minimum. So Jeff Green back to a vet minimum guy. Houston was overpaying him after they when they had to fulfill the salary floor, but now that they've extended, Şengün and traded for KD, they don't have quite as much on the books to. Oh my gosh, Spot Track is broken because everybody's looking at the contracts right now. I'm trying to refresh the page. That's interesting. And do you have any thoughts on Aaron Holiday and Jeff Green taking minimums there? It seems like they like it there.
Yeah, I mean, not
And they're,
surprising.
on the older side, so
Uncle Jeff has found his
yeah.
place in Houston, and yeah, what are you gonna do with that? I mean, hey, I'd stay if KD signed. Hell
True.
yeah.
Yeah. No state income tax also. That's a thing.
Svi Mikhailuk contract being guaranteed. For the Jazz. Is that where he is now? I always forget where he is at.
They kept him.
I suppose.
Yeah, he's with the Jazz, so he stayed with the Jazz, I guess. What is Utah doing?
I have no idea.
Okay, so 5-year deal. I got to get your thoughts on this, Will. How would you feel given to me, a long-term deal signals institutional commitment to that player. That's not a deal that you're going to be looking to get off of for at least the first 2 to 3 seasons. This is like a player that you want for your system. How would you feel about Christian getting a 5-year deal as opposed to, I think, otherwise everyone expects that if he gets extended this summer, it's going to be a 4-year deal. Having that sort of on the books, like with the imbued with the meaning that I just said, or do you feel differently about long-term contracts?
I just don't. I'm not sure how I feel about the difference of like the 5-year versus like the 4-year player option or team option thing that Calvin Booth has done. Um, Sorry, I'm just breaking news. These things are going to get interrupted. Chris Paul deciding between Suns and Clippers per Chris
Okay,
Haynes.
so
Yeah,
that's not news yet.
I know, but
Chris Paul wants to
hey,
stay near. No. I'm not answering you. I'm letting the chat know.
not
Like, you
news
guys don't
yet.
have to let us know when people are deciding between teams.
Well, but it reported by Chris Haynes, it's more substantial than other reports, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
just like the Zoom meeting was reported by Chris.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't really care if it's a 5-year deal versus 4-year.
Okay.
Personally,
You're just like, I just want to lock our guys up, and
I'm just like, if the Nuggets don't have, I don't know, like, I'm not in my mind thinking of signings and ways we're going to improve the team is like in substitution for CB. So I'm like, fine, re-signing and extending CB, because it's just going to happen eventually. Like, you're going to have to accept it. He's not going to be on his, first contract and be this, low pay scale type player contributor. It's time. He's a starter. I think he's proved he's a starter. He's going to earn the money, but I just hope that he improves. Like, if you give the 5-year deal and he's not like giving us what we need in terms of the defense and shooting, why couldn't you move him even if you gave him the 5-year deal? Just because it's too long of a contract and he'd be diminished.
It's not that you couldn't. It's that if you got to a point in the first 2 years of that contract that you want to move him already, then he's probably not playing up to it, and it's long, right? So what's gonna? It's not that you couldn't move it. You'd have to attach assets to move it, and it's like it's not a positive asset. And Denver's in desperate need of positive assets at the moment.
You think
that's like players on good like team friendly deals, or just like players that are playing up to their contracts.
Do you think that 18% of the cap to 20% of the cap, and they had to trade him in a year or two because the 3-point shooting didn't develop enough? Not that that's the most important thing for Christian, but I think it is important in general. You think that would make him almost like a negative asset, untradeable? Like, let's say it's like 35% from 3 or something, or like 34.
I think like the volume matters. It kind of matters how it looks. Like the percentage matters less to me, as long as it's like league average or above, than the volume and like how the other skills have developed. Because I know you value that. I do too. Like, I value him like taking the shots almost more than anything else, unless he's like sub 30%. And that kind of thing.
But this is the thing. It's like I could see CB still like with amazing rim finishing and pace and like all the other things he offers and some defense, and he'll skew defense in some ways that I could see another team taking him down the line and being like, this is what we need for our team. It's okay that you're not like the 3-and-D ultimate prototype. Like, let's say the Nuggets need that more than X team that trades for him. Anyway, I don't know. I'm fine with a 5-year deal.
Yeah. No, I'm okay with a 5-year deal as long as the number justifies it. Like, it's like, okay, I think the only reason to do a 5-year deal for if you're Denver is because you got the annual number down to something that allows you flexibility each year, like within the rest of your sort of salary cap situation. If you're not doing that, so for example, my cap I think is $25 million a year. Which is about, it's going to be next season.
Like 17?
Just under 4. No, it's going to be less. It's going to be 14% of the cap.
Yeah, that's way less than I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
that would be a great. You should be the Nuggets GM.
I don't actually like the number 25, especially with the news that we actually just got about where the salary cap is going to be next year.
Yeah. Not
but if you're giving him 5 years, I want to be well under 25. Like, I want to be at 22 would make me very happy. 23, I'm like, okay, I'm content with that. But if you're going over 23, it's 4 years. Like, we're not.
Maybe
25 is like what I do if it's a 4-year deal with like a team option on the last year.
Yeah. I don't know.
And I don't see Christian like getting or like taking a deal that has a team option on the last year. That's why I don't even like the number, the 25 mil a year, to be honest. That's the thing, is like I need Denver to be more shrewd in these negotiations. Like, don't give them the annual number and the 5 years and the player option. Like, there has to be some like give and take somewhere, like from Denver's perspective. It's not like throw the whole, boat at these guys. It doesn't really quite make sense. So, yeah. Well, have you seen the news from, I think it was Bennett Durando who posted this about it was Bobby Marks who tweeted about the projected salary cap. Let me send that to you for next year. This is pretty relevant for Denver's situation. So the salary cap went up 10% this year. The new CBA actually caps the annual amount that the salary cap can increase by to 10% per year. And I think a lot of people have been assuming that because of the new media deal, which is huge, that NBA is going to be, just in terms of annual revenue, getting over $7 billion a year league-wide, just from the media deal alone, let alone other sources of income. But Bobby Marks just tweeted this out a few minutes ago. Sources confirmed to ESPN that the salary cap in 26-27 is projected to increase 7%. The maximum allowed is 10. So that means there is less money, at least projected as of right now, flowing into the system than a lot of people thought. And for those high-paying teams, that is a big, big problem. Because the difference in a 10% increase versus a 7% increase in the salary cap, given the current numbers, is like another roster spot, because it's like over a vet minimum. Oh, we got news here. Jaren Jackson Jr. Let's see.
I got it. It is
sweet. All right, there's that news. The Memphis Grizzlies are extending Jaren Jackson Jr. on a 5-year long-term commitment, $240 million maximum, renegotiate and extend. Okay, this is a great learning opportunity. So Jaren Jackson Jr. is not currently he was not set to be a free agent this summer. Okay, so the Grizzlies are extending him on a max deal. The way that they did this is this thing called a renegotiate and extend, where they actually get to change the number that he was going to make next season, even though he wasn't going to be a free agent, because they have cap space. So the new CBA basically provides for this, where if you're a team that has cap space, you can use that cap space to renegotiate the contracts of guys on your roster. The kicker is that if you wanted to renegotiate somebody's deal down, the way you do it is you pay them more in the next year and then have the subsequent seasons go down, because there's also rules in the CBA that say you can't lower somebody's contract in an extension, at least for that next year. So that's something that Orlando did with Jonathan Isaac. The Grizzlies did the thing, or a similar thing that the Sacramento Kings did with Domantas Sabonis a few years ago, called a renegotiate and extend, and used their cap space to give their guy more money. And so there it is.
But not surprising. I mean, they just moved. Who was it that they did
Bain.
A trade recently?
So
Desmond
Bain to Orlando.
So yeah, that was kind of expected. They've been wanting. This has been giving Grizzlies fans anxiety, just making sure that they can get this extension for him, because it was gonna be huge, and they wanted to make sure they could make it enticing for him, and if he could make All NBA, give him the money he deserves.
Yeah, basically. And he didn't. Thankfully for Memphis, the organizational side, he did not. He didn't make All NBA, although he definitely had a case until that last month of the season, in my opinion. Didn't win DPOY, so he didn't qualify for a Supermax, but he did qualify to a max.
More Grizzly news. We
More
got
Grizzlies
Aldama
news.
going back to Grizzlies,
Gosh.
3-year, $52.5 million.
Getting a lot of the news coming in at first is still guys re-signing with their teams.
That's why I
right?
have on our little show notes, extensions are the new free agency. Just
Yep.
because that's just how it is.
Somebody was talking about the trade deadline sort of operating as pre-agency because the main example of this that I could think of in this past year was Toronto trading for Brandon Ingram so that they had his bird rights and whatever, and they could extend him to a max deal, which they wouldn't have been able to do in free agency. Which I think that's interesting. Obviously, the Warriors trade for Jimmy Butler and then immediately extend him as well, or relatively immediately extend him. I think within a couple days of trading for him as well. Last 2 years ago, the Celtics didn't. This was not at the trade deadline. It was in the off season. It was after Denver's championship. They traded for Kristaps Porzingis. I think he picked up he had to pick up his player option, and then they extended him off of that. So that's interesting. That's the thing. When you're dealing with teams that don't have cap space to use in free agency, you basically have to find more creative ways to pay, to get new guys on your team and pay them money, beyond the sort of vet minimums and taxpayer mid-level exceptions and stuff. So that's interesting. Did you already bring up the Santi Aldama graphic?
Does Aldama, is he good enough to warrant a graphic? Let's talk about that. No, I actually did like him when I saw him.
Yeah, we could just talk about him.
Yeah.
We could just talk about him. So Santi Aldama getting a 3-year, $52.5 million contract. I can't tell you what percentage of the cap that is because Spotrac is crashing out right now. Probably just too much traffic. But that's, I think, around 18 million a year, just under 18 million a year, for someone who he kind of moved from a bench to more of a starter role with them. Sometimes I can't tell with the Grizzlies because they have so many injuries all the time. I don't know who their main starters are.
Yeah, what is normal for them?
But that's a pretty healthy contract number for somebody that's just a sometimes starter, which so is Naz Reid, and he's making even more, which is why I thought that he was going to be starting with Minnesota. That's an interesting
some
situation.
Kennard implications possibly.
Yeah, especially because the Grizzlies, I think they used all their cap space, and then a large part of they have another exception called a room exception, whatever. They don't have any more exceptions to use on Luke Kennard unless they wanted to go into the luxury tax to sign him. That's a name that's been associated with Denver for a while now.
I just want to say, this start of free agency is so different than the most years of free agency where it's deals after deals.
Well, usually we would have gotten the DeAndre Jordan news by now.
Yeah. Yeah, that we've signed him again.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a viewer asking you to be our backup point guard.
I cannot. I cannot be your backup point guard. I cannot even dribble, so.
Well, you need to work on that.
How's your dribbling, Will?
Fine. I'm not a professional basketball player, but I can dribble.
Neither am I.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to, I don't know where you want to go next. We have a question on Whitmore being rumored to the Nuggets. Do you want to go into that at all?
Yeah, we can talk about Cam Whitmore. So he's a prospect that I found quite intriguing in 2023. He was in that draft. That was a pretty loaded draft. Those guys are all up for extensions next summer. He fell in the draft on draft night largely, it seemed like, because of medicals with his knees. He's been fine since he's been in the league. He's played a lot with the Houston Rockets G League team, but he does get DNPs often. There's the news around town these days is that it's an attitude thing with him, which is not actually all that different from the other stuff that we heard coming out of the draft. But he's this highly athletic prospect. He could be sort of a microwave scorer, has some skill with the ball. He's not the best passer. Like this would be not a player that you're sort of getting to make plays for others. But you could see him in sort of a super sixth man kind of role. He's this incredible transition player.
More
I
pace for DA that he doesn't
could
want.
be well, yeah, but I think he could just be like an incredibly, skilled player off the bench. So if Denver were looking at trading for Cam Whitmore, I think that would be a really solid upside play. I don't know what Houston would want in exchange. It seems like they're just trying to move Whitmore, so maybe they don't necessarily need much as long as it's not like a negative deal. I think Cam's contract right now is a little more than Dario's.
How do you feel about his dribble penetration, Grace? Because we have a viewer.
To the rim. He can get to the rim. I like that. I don't think he has like the kind of half court chops that I'm thinking of when I talk about what sort of Denver needs to add to their offense, but he could be a really deadly weapon in transition and semi-transition for sure. Sort of like at least offensively like a super Bruce, defensively question mark, right? That's the thing with all these young, more offensive prospects.
Julian Pickett and pick swap for Cam Whitmore. What do you think? Would he be serviceable enough off the bench for you to include these players?
I just don't know if Houston wants Julian is my thing. They seem like hella defensively skewed.
Yeah, so you get that offensive guy in there for them.
Right, but I don't know that they want offensive guys.
Their identity, there's a pure defense identity.
Yeah, they're like Orlando. They hate offense.
I'd give them up too.
I think that's sort of the trade framework that I've had in my head. Whitmore has one more deal left of his rookie contract. The thing that would prevent Houston from doing that is they would then have four. Is that four? No, they'd have three guys on contract that were drafted in the first round in not 2023 because they've just from 2022 because they just paid Jabari. Tari Eason is also up for a contract this year. I don't know if he's going to get paid this summer or if they're going to send him to restricted free agency. And Peyton was also in that same draft. So they're all up for extensions at the same time. I don't know if that just gets too cluttered with their books or maybe they would just rearrange things with the other guys they have on the roster. And maybe the Rockets, he would definitely have maybe Ime could sort of teach him to be a more disciplined defender, that kind of thing. So Denver would definitely be trading for somebody that is new to Denver's system, which I think is relevant, right? As much as Peyton might struggle playing around Jokic, Cam might struggle even more, just sort of learning the system, at least at first. And so you're kind of want to bank on the skill gap is enough to overcome that, the offensive skill gap, right?
Carter Bryant says Watson and Katie are good friends. Make it happen, Houston.
Yes, they are.
Katie could, get me P Watt. Although I don't know if Katie's been watching him lately. I'm not as high on P Watt, but maybe Katie still believes, as some fans in the Nuggets realm still believe. Also, real quick, it's seeming like signs are pointing to Chris Paul to the Clippers.
Interesting.
But it's not confirmed
I thought
yet.
it would be the Clippers or the Lakers. He said he wanted to be near family in LA, so that was kind of what I was waiting for. I know they said that he was also meeting with Phoenix, but I can't imagine that he wants to deal with that organization ever again after his experience there.
I have a question about Cam's rim finishing versus Watson's. I'd be shocked if it wasn't as good.
Well, if you want to talk about something while I look that up.
Yeah, I mean Chris Paul. I mean the idea of just a tangent before we get back to this about this Chris Paul thing. Like going back to the Suns is really interesting, but they're different than when he was last year. Same with the Clippers, though. He never played with Ty Lue in Clippers. Yeah, it's not official yet, but it's seeming like they're saying their mutual interest.
They had the
Moment.
same rim finishing this
They
year.
had the same rim finishing.
63%. Yeah. Remember,
Same
Peyton had
rim
a really
finishing.
hot like first half of the season finishing at the
So
rim.
you think it's skewed a little bit? You think Whitmore's more consistent on the whole? You
Uh,
trust it?
yeah, I can't say that I've watched him a ton. He's also younger than Peyton. He's 2 years younger,
I kind of like that.
which is interesting. I forgot he was one of the
Oh,
youngest prospects in that draft
we
class.
did get the
You said you
Dorian
liked that?
Finney-Smith move
Oh my gosh, official.
to the
Yeah.
Rockets.
So here's okay, I can talk about another aspect of this story while we're on it. So the Rockets and the Southwest Division has been active right early. We got some D'Lo to the Mavs news. We got Grizzlies extensions, and now the first. I think this is the first like guy switching team. No,
Yeah,
no, D'Lo I guess would be the first one.
right.
So Dorian Finney-Smith is going to the Houston Rockets, 4 years, 53 million. So he's making like 75% ish of the full mid-level exception. So he's going to be going to the Rockets, coming off the bench, playing this big forward wing stopper type role. I know it's like half of the full mid-level exception.
4 year,
Wait, no.
53 million with the Rockets. Dorian Finney-Smith.
I did 4 divided by 53 instead of 53 divided by 4. Okay, yeah, it's almost the full mid-level exception actually. The Rockets also re-signed Jayshawn Tate for a minimum, and I don't understand why Jayshawn's staying in Houston if Dorian Finney-Smith is basically going to get all his minutes. Like, Jayshawn was already on the sort of fringes of the rotation in Houston, and I thought, okay, maybe if they clear out some of these other guys, like Jayshawn gets more minutes and he has a reason to sort of take a discount to stay there. But they did the opposite. They brought in somebody that fulfills his role plus more, and it's going to make it even harder for Jayshawn to get playing time. So why would he go back to Houston on a minimum contract? No less. It doesn't even have a player option on the end.
Could this convince Luka to not go back to the Lakers? Please.
When is Luka extension eligible? I think he's the same day as Jokic.
Yeah, we gotta wait a little bit.
I can't check because spot track's down. But anyway, Luka has basically said that he's going to resign in LA. I don't think that this is going to convince him not to stay. It would be kind of weird if like LeBron got traded and Doe got traded. Luka does still have his buddy Maxi Kleber on the roster in Los Angeles too, so it's not like everybody's gone or anything like that. But it is kind of like odd, and it would be, I think, if making Luka unhappy by losing Dorian Finney-Smith would be the kind of thing that I think does get Rob Pelinka fired, despite obviously acquiring Luka in the first place. So.
All right, so we got some other moves around the margins. We got Paul Reed returning to Detroit. B-ball Paul, $11 million, 2 years, $11 million. So,
I didn't even have this in the show rundown, but we can talk about Detroit a little bit while we're here because Malik Beasley, actually I did have it in the rundown, is under investigation by which U.S. attorney? By a U.S. attorney of one of the states for sports betting related stuff. I think it's prop bets.
Yeah, I don't know, but
it's not
sports
great.
Gambling, and yeah, I've had like conversations with you about Malik Beasley, and I'm like, Malik Beasley's going to be out of the league soon, even though after I've said that, he's put together some seasons of great three-point shooting, so that was disappointing for me. I've never liked Malik Beasley as a person, and after he left Denver, he's gone to jail. He's threatened people with felony violence, with firearms. He's gotten divorced from his wife after cheating on her with Scottie Pippen Jr.'s ex-wife and Scottie.
Wait, he was married when that was happening?
Yeah.
I didn't know about. I knew about the stuff with Larsa
Not-
Pippen. I didn't know that he was married at the time
Yeah.
too.
Not Scottie Pippen Jr.'s ex-wife, Scottie Pippen's ex-wife, while
Yeah,
Scottie Pippen
yeah.
Jr. was on the team with the Lakers. Well, that happened later,
Oh
but
my.
anyway, there's
While
just
Scottie Pippen Jr. was on the team?
yeah, he was on the
Oh
team.
my gosh.
Well, that happened. He was on the Lakers after that all happened, and then Scottie Pippen Jr. was on the Lakers as well, like on the bench. So there was a time where they overlapped on the Lakers. But yeah, Malik Beasley is just like a troubled guy. He's always getting in trouble, in my opinion, and so I would be happy to see him out of the league personally. But and former Nugget, as you guys know.
Well, of course, right? The thing is, like, the reason this is relevant to free agency is I was pretty sure Detroit was just going to extend him because he was so important for adding shooting for them. He was a good sixth man for them in the regular season, at least. Definitely struggled in the playoffs. But Detroit obviously wants to get back to the playoffs. And now they're suddenly in the market for a shooter. Does that take Luke Kennard off the board for Denver?
Does it take who off the board? Malik?
Luke Kennard.
Oh, Luke Kennard. Oh, because, yeah, people will pivot to him. I hope not. Didn't Jonte Porter lifetime ban not send enough of a message? I don't know. We'll see.
Apparently
We'll
not.
see how this
We're gonna need
investigation
more.
goes. Yeah.
I need more lifetime bans, apparently.
Yeah. And also Cam Spencer has agreed to 2-year, $4.5 million to go back to Memphis.
Yeah, 2-year minimum deal. I wonder if that I hope that is a player option on the back end of it, because the vet minimum is going to be, well, maybe he doesn't qualify for a vet minimum yet. I don't know how many minimum years of service you need, but the minimum will be going up. So I hope that is a player option at the back end. But that would be unlike Memphis to do that. That's one of the things I'm watching with all these contracts is like how many players are getting player options on the last year of these deals, because I feel like they are being phased out. I was pretty surprised to how few teams have even like 2 or more player options on their books that were handed out after the new CBA was enacted. But obviously this offseason could change that. Maybe more are given out. Yeah, interesting. How do you feel about Paul Reed being taken off the board for Denver as a backup center option?
I don't really know much about B-ball Paul, to be honest, but we need someone. And the Pistons were pretty good. I liked them. They were exciting. So, I mean, I'd try anyone at this point if it's not Dario Saric. Beggars can't be choosers. But we got to get these moves right in some sense. So, what do you think? Would you have wanted him?
No. I just think he's not that good.
Yeah.
I think with the thing is, like, from from guards and wings, there are certain like skills and like production that you want to be able to count on. From a big, I look at the impact metrics, I look at rebounding rate and that kind of thing. Are they a good screener? The defense is like not good with Paul, but Detroit, I think, was just able to mask it with scheme. We kind of need somebody that's going to be at least a little bit more impactful in that sense. Yeah, so that's not great. He actually was neutral on off for Detroit, so they weren't better or worse with him on the floor. Regular season, playoffs, he didn't play, so that kind of tells you what you need to know there. So I guess it's like whatever. If you're talking about the backup big for the regular season, do you need them to be able to play for the playoffs? Not necessarily, especially if they're on a minimum deal. Seems like Detroit probably gave him a little bit more than a minimum. Yeah, 2-year, $11 million deal. So he's getting like the equivalent of a little less than the taxpayer mid-level this season. So
we got some news about Cole Anthony,
your
boy, that they're working towards a resolution that will allow Memphis to create the necessary cap space, giving Anthony the opportunity to find his next destination. People assumed he wasn't going to be in Memphis, but I wonder where he'll end up.
Yeah, because they
Orlando.
They have Scottie Pippen Jr. And now there was something. Did they sign another guard today I remember asking somebody what this meant for Scottie Pippen Jr. Uh, hang on. I wish Spot Track was working. But yeah, I just didn't see like a spot for a significant, like a place where he could get a significant role. Would Denver be interested in Cole Anthony? I don't know if they would or should be. I have to think about that. Not because Cole's not a good player. He's like an okay player. He's just like inconsistent, which is why Orlando was fine trading him. Also, obviously, they get Desmond Bane back. That's going to be worth it in most scenarios. Um, he's a comfortable pull-up shooter. I don't know. I don't even know where he could end up. That's like a good fit for him because unlike Denver, a lot of other teams have a scoring guard off the bench. Right?
Yeah.
So a lot of teams like have so then it's like, well, I mean, we kind of need that. So should Denver be interested? Maybe, especially if other guys are getting like more money than Denver can offer. And it could be like a want to rehab your free agency value kind of deal with Denver if he was interested in that. I have to think about that. Yeah. They were because he's not really a point guard. Not that Orlando really cares about point guards. Orlando liked Corey Joseph for his defense. But I thought Cole, I don't know, whenever he played, I was like, I don't know, he's not doing anything wrong. He's
Yeah,
like
we
missing
have like
shots
such
sometimes.
shallow.
He isn't even like an over shooter. Like I don't see Cole like taking too many shots or anything like that. He's willing to like take heaves and like take end of like late clock things, and he's not like scared of those moments, which is nice. But it's Orlando. Like it's really hard to evaluate somebody's offensive output in that situation, especially last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cole off the bench, we have a very shallow point guard depth. He could be looking for some Jokic minutes for himself.
Yeah. uh Yeah, he's like a decent pick and roll player. Like I've seen him have decent chemistry with like Mo Wagner in pick and roll, but he's not really like a point guard point guard. I think you'd have to have then again, like if you have Jalen Pickett, like is that the I don't know that Cole Anthony is the kind of like veteran ball handler that would kind of appease Jokic into like, okay, fine, Pickett can like be in the regular rotation, but I need like a veteran ball handler next to me. Is Cole Anthony enough to do it? Probably not. I don't think that's the kind of player he had in mind. Yeah. Kind of going through the timeline right now, and everyone's like, free agency is dead.
Yeah.
Shams, stop tweeting about Memphis, I beg you.
Shams has
From
10 tweets about Memphis. That's what it's been so far.
oh my gosh, from Denver Shorts. Okay, so I actually have a bunch of stories here that we could talk about in case there was a lull. So I was prepared for this. Okay.
Okay.
Denver, we got some news about Denver having some progress on the assistant coaching search this week. So we got news that David Adelman and co are interested in and interviewing Jared Dudley from the Dallas Mavericks and JJ Barea. So we got the news last week that they were seeking permission to interview Jared Dudley. So technically he's under contract with Dallas. So you got to seek permission in order to interview him. And it seems like he might be in line for a lead assistant position here in Denver. He wasn't the lead assistant in Dallas, but Dallas's lead assistant just went over to the Spurs. So maybe like it's possible he might just be kind of leveraging us to get a promotion in Dallas. But yeah, Jared Dudley, I've seen a lot of positive sort of response to the possibility of getting Jared Dudley in Denver. And Will, since you have some experience watching him from when he was a player, maybe you could expound on why people like him so much.
Yeah, I didn't start watching him until he was with the Lakers, and I obviously watched that 2020 bubble championship. And I don't know, he wasn't very good then. Obviously, he was more of like the DeAndre Jordan, I'm just going to be a coach on the bench kind of a thing. and it was like him and Rajon Rondo
Mm.
really like talking about watching tape with the guys and like really calling guys out and people not having egos, and like they would call LeBron out, they'd call AD out, and they liked Frank Vogel as a coach and said that like he was very involved in that too. And Jason Kidd was an assistant coach then, which is why Jason Kidd hired Jared Dudley to the Mavs, which LeBron tweeted about back in the day, that he was very mad about losing Jared Dudley as an assistant and was like, come on, man, fuck, and like voiced his disappointment. But I think Jared Dudley's smart. I think he like relates to players. I think he could be good at holding people accountable. Like, I don't think he cares if someone's a star. And like, I mean, hey, like the Mavs did go to the finals when they had Luka and Jared Dudley and Jason Kidd. So here we go. Oh, did we get a Lakers signing?
We did get a Lakers signing. Breaking news. The Los Angeles Lakers have just signed Jake Laravia, who was seen, what was he like streaming in a car next to Austin Reeves? Like, didn't he like call into a podcast? Like, was it yesterday or this morning?
Was he hanging out with AR? I didn't see that.
He was hanging out with Austin Reeves, and they share an agent, Aaron Riley, who is also AR and also is Duran's agent, Duran Holmes. So Lakers get Jake Laravia on 2-year, $12 million deal with the Lakers. So it seems like they're signing him with cap space. So that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good signing for LA. I did see the rumors about Laravia to the Lakers after that clip surfaced, but so it was either from yesterday or this morning. Because he was hanging out with AR and they share an agent and all that stuff. I was like, well, the Lakers don't really sign like not sexy, like winning players, but here they are. Like, here he is. So, good signing. Good, gonna be a good role player for them.
Is this gonna convince LeBron to stay? That was a joke.
No, I know. You're joking. I don't think this is going to convince LeBron to stay. I think Savannah's going to convince LeBron to stay.
Yep.
And it won't take much convincing. Wait,
what's the contradiction?
Haynes says that he's re-signing with the Sacramento Kings.
And Shams had Lakers. We got a
controversy on free agency day.
Finally, something interesting. What's the truth?
Oh my gosh. Well, he was hanging out with AR.
Chris Haynes says Kings. Did Shams get hacked?
I fear that
Wait, that tweet might have been deleted.
The Haynes tweet?
Yeah,
so he might have typoed. He did typo. He meant Los Angeles Lakers. Boo.
Haynes.
I was like, that's interesting because I thought Sacramento had issues re-signing him because of the exceptions that they had available to them. Most interesting thing that happened today. Absolutely, Hurricane. Hopefully. Well, until the Nuggets sign DeAndre Jordan, then it'll be a party. Yeah. So he's going to the Lakers. I like the signing for them. It's fine. Like, he'll be a good role player. They just need like playable dudes. I wish we could get a playable dude. I wonder if this has a player option. I feel like it should because it's such a low number. And I feel like he'll play well enough. Like, he might end up being their sixth man because DFS is out. Like, he might get 6-man minutes, and I think he's like an impactful player. So if he's getting 6-man minutes, he might end up playing himself out of that contract in like a good way.
Was there ever a game versus the Kings where Laravia like cooked us? I feel like there's random players on the Kings who just like make every three against us. But I can't
he's just like a good defender. He's just like, I don't know. He can do a little bit. Like, he can drive some. He can shoot sometimes. Like, he's just like a good like all around player, but nothing like that scares me in terms of like one elite skill, if that makes sense. But I mean, when it comes to the Lakers, one of the things that was really easy to exploit was how many like one-way guys they had. So you could ignore them on one end of the floor or the other and be fine.
HMA says Grace is going to have to be content with the Chanchar and DJ signings.
I'm going to have to be content with them.
We're all going to have to be. But this is such a slow free agency that anything that says Denver Nuggets is going to get me excited. But it's only going to be Vlatko and DJ. And then I have to not let myself get excited for such terrible reports. No offense to those dudes.
Yeah, I'm getting confirmation on what exception the Lakers are using.
Yeah, how are they getting
sign him? Because I was like, they must have cap space to sign him. Because if they're going to use their full MLE on Ayton, they don't really have other exceptions that they can use as a team that's over the salary cap. Maybe they're not signing Ayton. Like, that would be kind of weird, right? I want that news. Like, I kind of expected that to come pretty early in the day today because we got the Ayton buyout news yesterday, and it seemed like it could only happen if he had a destination in mind, whether it was the Lakers or not. I just kind of want to know.
The comments under the Laravia post is so funny. It's like Lakers fans being like, who the fuck is this guy?
He's going to save your life next year, Lakers fans.
Yeah, okay. They should probably be happy, but they're all like, who is this?
Yeah. Fully guaranteed deal. So I assume no player option. Thank you, Aaron Riley. This guy. Watch us give Duran 4 years with a player option and a few years after Aaron Riley sort of cut his teeth practicing with these other dudes.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. All right. So you can continue your did you have anything else to say on Jared Dudley or JJ Barea?
I don't know much on Barea, but Jared Dudley I just like, even though he's like a younger person at this point. And you could say he got into the assistant coaching gig easily just because of his relationships with Jason Kidd and such. But I do think he did help contribute to their championship purely from the bench. So I would like him. And the fact that DA is like interested in him, I think it's cool. Like, I don't know how he knows Jared Dudley or, you know, why he wants him specifically, but I like it. I'd love it if we got him.
Yeah. I was watching some interviews with him, and I like the way he talks about the game. I like how he's got this like very doesn't take himself too seriously kind of vibe.
Yeah, he's fun. Yeah.
So he could be like a good interview.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
a good presser. So we could get some fire quotes out of him. I feel like with Malone gone, the franchise needs a little bit of that. It's coming from somebody in the organization besides Josh. I don't know, accidentally, quote unquote, mentioning the possibility of trading Jokic. We need funnier news cycles coming out of Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, would Dudley be too expensive? I don't know. He's still so new.
Who cares? It's not my money. It's the Walmart money. Like, this is coach salaries do not count towards the cap. Okay. Like,
spend the money, get some assistance,
spend the money.
Give DA what he wants. Kroenke said.
Oh, go ahead.
Anyway, no, I was just saying Kroenke was saying he was hoping DA could shape his staff. Don't cheap out now.
Yeah, seriously. I was going to say on the Dudley news, though, that Brian Windhorst had mentioned on Hoop Collective last week. So I think it was before we got the alerts that Denver had requested to interview him. We did get a report from Windy that he was expected to go to Cleveland, and I think he has already interviewed there. So it might be possible that he's like leveraging Denver to get a better offer from Cleveland.
God,
but I think they already have a lead assistant, right? Because Johnny Bryant is still there because he didn't get hired as an assistant or as a head coach, right? And he's the lead assistant in Cleveland. So if you want to be a lead assistant, you should come to Denver. Hopefully, we're able to pay him commensurately. And I'm also assuming that lead assistant is what DA would be going for if that's what he's interviewing Dudley for.
Unfortunately, with this whole free agent thing, I feel like we might have to wait for a lot of these like meh signings, even
I
though they're
know.
impactful
Which
to
is
some of the
crazy
teams.
because last year the first domino of free agency was Paul George. Remember, it was
Oh
like DeAndre
yeah,
Jordan and then like a long lull until the Paul George news, and then everything else started trickling in. But there's no like one major free agent domino this summer, which
yeah.
is interesting,
We'll have to
right?
let these like smaller signings settle before maybe some bigger trades come, and that will be the excitement. But right now, free agency, we're waiting on some big ones, but there's not a lot of big names on free agency, so it's just about what teams are still going to be in the hunt for doing some trades and signing some buyout dudes.
Signing buyout dudes. I'm while we're on it, checking on these reports from the NHL free agency. It's definitely different thinking about a league that has an actual just like set hard cap, right? Because there's like, okay, there's 3 guys the Panthers needed to sign plus another like restricted free agent, and it's like, this is the money that we have. We need to like figure out how to allocate it amongst you guys for next season. But in hockey, they have these like 6, 7, and 8 year long contracts, so they can be like, kind of like what I was talking about with Christian, where we could like shave some amount off the annual number, and then add a year as like a incentive to do that from the player perspective. And in hockey, because these guys, I mean, their careers are like, seems like about as long as in basketball. Um, they get like 6, 7, 8 year deals at a time. So yes, Brad Marchand back to the Panthers. 5 years? What? Wow, that's how they made that math work. I did not think he was going to get a 5 year deal. That's because he was wanted by teams that wanted to offer him, I don't know, 8, 9 million. The Toronto Leafs seem thirsty, so we need to keep him away from that. Anyway, hockey aside, over. Okay, let's get to the next lull story that I have here. So we mentioned the Malik Beasley news, right? Where it was really in reference to what is Detroit going to do about their shooting, but Malik Beasley is under investigation by according to Shams, the U.S. District Attorney, which, okay. I thought they'd name a particular district, but for illegal prop betting, and obviously he's not supposed to be betting if he's playing in games. His lawyer put out a statement that started with the words, "An investigation is not a charge."
That is technically true.
Yes. What will he say when and if he is charged, though?
That they're going to appeal the decision and new information has been brought to light. That won't be new information, but they will try.
I thought that was such a bad statement, because you're just supposed to say my client is innocent, blah, blah, blah. Because then, like, he will be charged, and a charge is not a conviction, but you shouldn't start with an investigation is not a charge.
He just wants to get this dude one more contract before he goes to prison.
True.
Or I mean, before he's banned from the NBA. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I think those that salary gets voided.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I love to see it. Like, it is ridiculous though that the NBA has this gambling thing when they're advertising gambling and banning people for life, but there's much worse things that NBA players have done and do not get banned. It's a little bit silly, but here we are.
Nope, I definitely agree that some of the other things that guys don't get banned for should be bannable offenses.
Yeah.
That here we are. Okay, since it's a slow ass free agency day, let's talk about some of the meetings that have been set. Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the New York Knicks for their head coaching job and has emerged as a strong candidate, sources tell ESPN. This is according to Shams. Mike Brown is not somebody that I'd heard mentioned since, like, I don't know, a couple weeks after he was fired from the Kings, but he is out there. he is a good coach. He's a guy with lots of head coach experience. And it seems like he's emerged as a strong candidate for this Knicks job. I feel like he's just Tibbs that doesn't, at least doesn't overplay players though. And I mean that positively because I actually have like rather a more positive evaluation of Tibbs than I think a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like I think that Tibbs was more creative offensively than people give him credit for, and I don't see Mike Brown as like that much more creative. Unless he like is he gonna turn Cat into Sabonis and just be the hub of that offense kind of thing? Like I wonder what the thought is there.
Yeah. I like Mike Brown and thought he got a raw deal in the Kings
Agreed.
firing. So, I mean, I don't know why more people weren't thinking about him for the Knicks. It's just a matter of what his vision is, but it seems like things are going well. He's getting another interview. I mean, I could see it happening. I don't know what he's going to do with Cat and figuring out that defense because that's what they need. LeBron is not going to help with the defense if they go that direction, unfortunately. Tre Jones to Chicago.
Well, that is not somebody that Denver can get on a minimum deal. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Nope.
Okay. Tre Jones staying with the Bulls. Another guy staying with his team announcement. 3 years, $24 million. That is what Zeke has left on his deal on average. I wonder if there's an option on this contract. Because that's more money than I thought Tre Jones was going to get, and I like Tre Jones. I'm going to be frank about that.
It is the Bulls.
That's true. This is true. This is a good point. Well, it is the Bulls, but yep, he's their backup point guard now. I guess they're like kind of done with the Javon Carter experience outside of just him being a good locker room presence. But they're like, no, we got to pay Tre Jones and keep him. Which is interesting because they start 2 point guards. Now they do because no, they don't. Because Giddey was coming off the bench. Is he gonna keep coming off the bench? Is he gonna start?
Oh.
They have so many guards over there. What the heck?
Yeah.
What?
Shams did finally report D'Lo to the Mavs $13 million deal. 2-year, $13 million.
Is it a player option? I feel like
You
it is
always
because the
ask
Mavs
that. I
give
don't see
them.
it.
I
They
know.
never say,
I know.
so I don't know.
It's usually the agents feeding this stuff to Shams, so I'm surprised that they don't include like when it's a player option. If it were a team option and I'm the agent, I'm not including that because that doesn't make me look good. But when it's a player option, I would tell Shams because that does make me look good as an agent. So almost a full mid-level again. Okay, interesting. Oh no, it's 2 years. Okay, 13 total. So he's getting like a little more than the taxpayer MLE. Oh no, the taxpayer MLE because it's $5.7 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
So
a little bit more.
I mean, we could have given that to D'Lo.
I'd do it.
I mean, we need creation off the bench, even though they don't agree. They value shooting more than. I mean, D'Lo brings shooting as well, so that would have been. Yeah, I think any guard that can like score is going to be a good fit with the Mavs because they don't have any.
And he's played with AD. They're
true,
reunited.
and he's good with AD. I think one of the things with the Lakers were struggling in these like Austin Reeves with AD minutes because the thing with D'Lo is he's like, I'm just going to run pick and roll with AD. Like I know how to get him the ball, like all this stuff. But Austin Reeves is like not a good lob passer, which is funny because he's like I think like a pretty good playmaker otherwise. Yeah. So what do you think of the Mavs now that they have a lead guard?
I mean, I'm not convinced it's going to be like moving the needle for them in terms of being worried about them from a Nuggets perspective. I mean, I feel better for them in terms of Kyrie being out and having a guard to score. The whole like D'Lo going back to Brooklyn thing didn't become the greatest reunion of all time. But yeah, with Cooper Flag there, D'Lo, is there anything there that's interesting? I don't know.
I mean, I think it depends on how good Cooper Flag is to start.
Yeah.
D'Lo can absorb a lot of usage, like similar to Russ in that sense, just having somebody that can do as much like the volume on ball creation as you need. It's not going to be great, but he can do it, which is more than you could say for a lot of the guys on that roster, right? Meanwhile, it like you're going to have D'Lo surrounded by a bunch of really good defenders. So can they be like a middle of the pack defense? They don't have a lot of creation, but they have a little good offensive talent when you pair Lilo with PJ Washington, and depending on how good Cooper Flag is, like that team could be still I think pretty easily a top 10 defense. And then from there, it's just like, can the offense be good enough? And that's how the Rockets got the 2 seed last year, right?
Yep.
So are the Mavs a threat in the West now?
I don't know. Yeah, it depends on how good Cooper Flag is. Like
That's
if
kind
he
of the
comes
question,
in and
right?
he's just like really good and it's 80 and D'Lo can definitely get you through like a regular season, but not in the playoffs. He's oh my God, it happened. It happened. MPJ got traded to the Nets for Cam Johnson.
No, it didn't.
It did. It just got reported by Shams. Holy shit. We're here, chat. We did it.
What?
Oh my God. A big
What?
trade. Whoa, chat. Here we are.
Oh my God.
Well, okay, this is going to be a lot to process.
I'm like shaking right now.
Cam Johnson has been linked to the Nuggets for so much. Did we trade the unprotected 2032? Yeah, first round pick.
2032.
Okay, let me get this in. Wow. This is pretty big news. Here we are. MPJ for Cam Johnson. It's happened. There it is, y'all. Wow, this is going to be huge.
Wow. Holy shit, dude.
It's kind of funny because people are like, "We got Cam," and I was like, "Cam
How are you
Whitmore?
so
No,
calm right
Cam
now?
Johnson."
Will's there. He's like, oh, it happened. And I'm like, what happened? Something that we were expecting? And then it's like, nope, not at all.
Wow, Nuggets are
Why?
back,
Oh my
baby. Oh my God. Yeah, there goes the LeBron deal. Yeah, we're not trading for LeBron now.
Wow, 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 wow,
So
wow.
yeah, let's. What is his contract? What is Cam's
I
contract?
think it's like 20 million. I need to double check here. Wow. Okay. We have a lot to talk about now. Oh my
Happy and sad at
gosh.
the same time is a good way to put it, Phil Brown. I mean, I don't know whether to go over the like logistics of this first and all that. I mean, MPJ was a champion with the Nuggets. Like, I've been back and forth with whether I wanted to trade him throughout this, 2.5 seasons. 2 more years at 22 million is the contract. Snoozer says. Um, yeah, not sure how it helps them. Are you saying Brooklyn Hurricane?
Oh, they get a pick. I'm just surprised it was just one pick, not because like I actually think that's like a fair-ish deal because MP like whatever, they have the same number of years left depending on how you view MPJ as a player, but the 2032, that's like Denver's best draft asset right now. Maybe one of the best draft assets, like singular draft assets in the league, because like who knows if any of us will be alive by then, but what kind of state Jokic will be in, if he'll even be on the Nuggets, et cetera, et cetera. Um, so with this move, Denver sheds a bunch of salary off the books because Cam Johnson makes substantially less than Michael Porter Jr. I think MPJ is making $38 million next year, so that's $17 million off of Denver's cap right now. So that would put us firmly below the first apron. Oh my God. I'm kind of scared of what Christian Braun's extension number is going to be now for a couple of reasons. But we can get to that. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. You're basically banking on Cam Johnson being the same level of player on a better contract and giving you some more flexibility under the first apron.
Okay, so we're getting some, questions about the contracts, questions about basketball fit. How is this going to help? How does this help Denver get better? But the idea that you've just gotten, I know MPJ's contract was going to expire in 2 seasons, but the fact that he has the injury history, people were thinking MPJ was almost untradeable because he wouldn't pass a physical out of Denver because of how he looks, and I don't know if that could happen in the trade, be rescinded or something along those lines. I hope not. But I like the idea of Cam Johnson in Denver. That's been an interesting trade to me for a while. I like that better than the Zach LaVine trade, for example. But I don't know. Are people not high on Cam Johnson? How do people feel? Do people seem
A lot of
mixed?
people are super. I think people. I don't know. It seems like a lot of people are higher on Cam Johnson than I am. I like him, but he's not always available. He's a really good shooter though, so I get thinking of it as the 1-to-1 trade. I think it's just it's definitely a positive move for Denver because it adds all this flexibility.
Oh, was it really MPJ's birthday yesterday?
It was, yes. We got the message
Oof,
from
happy
the social
birthday,
account.
MPJ.
Um
I mean, the idea, I feel is Cam Johnson going to have more reliable three in the playoffs is a question.
I don't know.
Is he going to be a more
He hasn't
reliable,
played in the playoffs in a really long
is he
time
going to
just
have a
because
more reliable defender than MPJ?
I don't have specific thoughts on Cam Johnson's defense, if I'm being honest. I
Yeah.
see them as pretty similar players. And every time this kind of move was presented as a thing, it was this is to improve depth. A lot of the deals that were thrown around at the deadline, or at least trade machine screenshots, were MPJ for Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson, right? Obviously, you don't get 2 players out of this, at least as currently reported. Who knows what the deal could become? I don't know. I think it kind of would have been interesting if we could also
Well,
have moved Zeke Naji in this deal, but
I mean,
I know
Cam
Oakland's.
Johnson, his hit is so much less than MPJ's, 22 versus 38.
Yeah,
So it's
that's what I was gonna
yeah.
say. Is you don't get multiple players back, but you get under the first apron. You gain the ability to participate in sign-in trades. You gain the ability to take back more money in trades than you send out. That was previously not. That's not allowed if you're an over the first apron team, which Denver was before this trade. Holy shit! I'm just
And there it is, the
I'm
first
still processing.
move by Josh Kroenke, GM. I don't know who to give credit for this, but I'm sure they'll say it was a team effort and all that. Yeah, from the emotion side, MPJ, man, what a story for him. The Nuggets, we all heard it a million times. The surgeries, the injuries, people were really nervous about that extension he got and then hurt his back again. He was able to come back. We win a championship with him. Now he's cemented in Nuggets history forever. I know there's people who's super high on Mike with his size and his ability to shoot the three. He had been okay as a low man rotator at times. Not so great last year. I don't know if that's something he was going to be working on. I kind of feel bad for him in some senses because you're just going to Brooklyn. But I don't know. Nuggets needed to move MPJ, I think, in my opinion, to try to make a push to keep the Nuggets relevant, to keep Jokic relevant. I think we foresaw it being, this breakup situation, trying to get multiple pieces. But I don't know, I feel like someone else has to be coming in. And people are going to be happy about that. It's going to be MPJ turns into Cam Johnson and someone else. That's like the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the... go ahead.
No, it's just... people are just wondering how this is going to shake down. Can we get a full breakdown of the advantages? Playoff disadvantages?
Yeah, so the main thing right now, like, because it's not, like I said, not a trade for two players, is you get another first apron. You get the ability... You get the almost the full mid-level available to you, full mid-level exception, which in free agency, so that opens up the market of players available to you. I hope we don't just give Luke Kennard $9 million a year. I hope we try to get like a player that we weren't able to get otherwise. So that's something. Yeah, I'm just like, the group chat is going wild right now. I'm trying to process a lot of different information. But those are the main things. You get under the first apron, and then you get all the benefits of being under the first apron. No, so like, you don't get $17 million that you can spend. That's the thing, is like, you're an over the cap team. So you rely on exceptions to spend in free agency. Moving that money off of like the difference between MPJ's deal and Cam's deal doesn't give you $17 million that you can spend in free agency. It gives you access to exceptions, like the full mid-level exception that you didn't have access to because you were over the first apron. So that the difference is, we could have spent $5 million in free agency on a taxpayer mid-level guy. But now we can spend up to not quite 14 million, but we have,
and
Bobby Marks had a tweet
more
about
breaking
that.
news. Bruce
Oh my God,
is back.
Oh my gosh.
Bruce
This is
Brown.
a different circumstance than I thought would be.
What is the contract? They don't even say. 1 year deal.
A 1 year deal. Are we spending the mid-level on Bruce?
Who knows? It's the only one chance reported without like a number.
Yeah, that's scary. I want to know what the number is. I feel like it's not a minimum, though.
Yeah, it probably can't be.
Oh my gosh. I'm like glad that we did this show live, but I was not prepared for this.
How do you react to it? It's hard to get your brain around it. I mean, we knew Bruce was going to... I mean, some people knew Bruce was going to be back. People were mixed on if they wanted that or not. Haven't seen him play like meaningful basketball in a while. He said he missed playoff basketball. But we do... This is probably signs that Russ is not going to be back, which isn't too surprising. Bruce is going to step into that. Russ was already the Bruce Brown replacement when we got him. And now we got Bruce again, which is great for him. He loves Denver. Denver loves Bruce. And I think a lot of people are going to be happy about this. We are missing other like deals, but we're focusing on...
Whoa. Okay, things are coming in, like rolling in now. A lot of stuff is happening. Okay, Bruce and Cam Johnson to Denver, MPJ to the Nets. Kevon Looney
to the Pelicans.
Oh my gosh, dude.
We also got Kevin Porter Jr. returning to Milwaukee. But we don't care about that one as much.
We don't care about that, no. Eastern Conference, Kevin Porter Jr. You've said enough. Bro.
Yeah, we need a ball handler.
Troy Weaver
Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace says they're making moves. They lied to us. They lied to us
Yeah,
substantially.
we're going to improve through free agency. Well, I mean, they traded during free agency. Maybe that's what they meant. During the free
They
agency
said
period.
more through free agency than trades. So.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Troy Weaver is obsessed with centers.
Yeah, truly.
Dude.
What do we think about Bruce being back? Chat.
Bruce back is great. I want to know if they used their... so Jeff Morton actually just responded to me. Because the Bruce deal is a 1-year deal, we know it's not a mid-level exception, because I think that has to be 2 years.
It does? I didn't know that.
Yeah. The second year can be like a team option, player option, like whatever. Or maybe not a team option, I forget. But it has to be at least 2 years. But no more than 3. I am now recalling that rule. So thank you, friend of the show, Jeff Morton, for that reminder. Okay.
I can't wait to see the number of Bruce.
I can't wait either, because is it just a minimum then? Because I'm not aware of any other
that's what I want to
see.
Because I've been saying Bruce is going to come for the minimum. If it is, if he does, I'm going to feel amazing.
Then we have to send a gift basket to Parade Girl.
Yeah, my God. Wow. My hope has been restored. Yeah, I feel like Nuggets fans are going to like having change. They're going to like seeing something new. They're going to like having more pieces. We're not going to have to hear complaining from fans about MPJ's shot going into a lull, even though I think some of that was overstated. I still love MPJ. You know, it's like it's going to be bittersweet, and I'll probably process that more as time goes on. But I do think, Cam Johnson, people can be low on him from the Nets. I don't think
you should be low on Cam Johnson. He's a good player.
But how much better is he going to look with Jokic and the Nuggets and Jamal and DA? Yeah. Like, he really could. He could be. Well, MPJ has been.
I want to know Adelman's reaction to this.
I'm sorry for calling Ben Tenzer a bun for 2 months. Well, we are going to have to see.
Were you calling him? You have to. You were calling him Bum Tenzer instead of Ben 10, which could be taken as, derogatory and disrespectful for referencing a kid's TV show, or incredibly, with a lot of admiration because he's a superhero.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is different. The last time that we had like a major reaction to a thing happening on this show was like the Reggie Jackson salary dump, which is a lot smaller than what is going on here. Just checking on some metrics on Cam Johnson here. Cameron Johnson. Oh. Yeah, what a day.
More or less than taxpayer mid-level for Bruce.
I think it's going to be less, because Jeff Morton reminded me of this rule with the mid-level exception. You can't sign guys to a 1-year deal. It has to be a 2-year deal, 2 or 3-year deal. And the second year could be an option, like whatever, but it has to be like a longer term deal. So teams can't just use these exceptions to sign guys to really short deals.
Yeah, it's hard to say, hey, we're going to be more durable with Cam Johnson. MPJ has played a lot despite the concerns, and that was like a credit to him.
Yeah, and Cam Johnson has played less than that in recent years, like ankle things here and there, yada, yada. I think the counter to that is, well, we're paying him less, so we have room for more guys that can kind of fill in with more depth, so that's less of a concern. But that is a real concern. Like, I don't want to brush that off. I think it's one of the things that comes to mind at first when I saw a lot of the trades for Cam Johnson that involved giving up more than just MPJ, because just sort of the one-to-one player evaluation isn't as easy as, well, he's also a good shooter and he makes less. There's other considerations.
I really do like Cam Johnson's potential and like improvement, and I think he could surprise people with how good he'll be with the Nuggets and this core.
Yeah. Wow, what a day.
And Bruce is back. That's going to be good for vibes. Wow, we just went from 0 to 60, chat. We were like, Memphis news is the only thing that's going down. And the Nuggets, Ben Tenzer and John Wallace are the most aggressive GMs in the NBA right now with these trades. I mean, or at least with the MPJ trade, because, I mean, name a bigger move that's happening right now. Everyone's going to be talking about it.
I know. Oh my gosh. This is a lot. Okay. So I'm trying to think of other implications for this deal. I want to know what the Bruce number is, because that sort of textures things a bit. We don't gain any roster spots from this. So Bruce coming back to the Nuggets means that's one of the 3 available roster spots for free agency. So we still have 2 others that are TBD. It's interesting because Bruce is who they were thinking of when they said they wanted to address point of attack defense. I don't know. Bruce is a good defender, like at his best, but it's not necessarily someone I'd classify as like a stopper, or a screen navigator, which they didn't say screen navigator specifically. They did say point of attack, and that could be interpreted a lot of different ways. But let's say that was who they were targeting for point of attack. The other named priorities for Ben Wallace were shooting, and specifically shooting with some size. Ah, dang it.
What?
Luke Kornet to the Spurs.
What? Why do they need him?
I know.
They don't need him. They got
4
Wemby.
years, $41 million.
Ugh. By the way, chat, like we are going long because we are just reacting to news.
I know.
So
we're just like, now the news was like an hour late.
And just react with us, and we'll talk about it. We got through most of what we wanted to talk about. Thankfully, the big news for the Nuggets dropped. But yeah, Luke Kornet. Nah. Could we get Nah? That'd be sick. I'd take him.
We could get Nikhil, actually. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's a good suggestion. And I think we could probably offer more than the other teams that he's meeting with, because we now have access to that full mid-level.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be interesting. I like that. Because Nikhil has a little bit more of the kind of on-ball chops that I'm talking about, even though he's not like a great pick and roll operator, but like he can do it some. Wolves fans don't like his rim finishing, and I'm like, I don't know. We're talking about rock bottom from for us. Like the only place to go is up. But obviously, like him at point of attack, like that would be different. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Who was it that had the comment? I'm happy, but I'm sad at the same time. That's kind of me right now. Like
so
I'm
many
like,
people are expressing that
right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna like be excited about the possibilities and this change and the fact that the Nuggets are being aggressive. I mean, that's what we've all been asking for on some level, and I think I didn't want signs that we'd be complacent by bringing MPJ back, or the whole team back, like, and MPJ being a part of that. And MPJ was the most movable piece, not like in himself as an asset, but just structure wise in his contract with the Nuggets. It will be expiring at some point, which I'm assuming is maybe attractive to Brooklyn. Cam's was expiring too, but you get that pick out of it, which is better than just letting Cam run out. So that gives them incentive. But yeah, I'm sad about MPJ. We're not going to get the hilarious memes from him anymore because he sure can produce a quote and a still image. I'd be interested to see how he develops. I don't think he'll be on Brooklyn for very long. Yeah, it's going to be how does he up his value in Brooklyn and then come back, maybe go to another team after he expires, sign with someone for less than his current contract, and he's just a 3-point like shooter role player type player. Houston does look good. They're going to be interesting. I mean, the 2 seed, they got better. They're re-signing dudes.
Yeah, the Rockets are loading up. They're like they're like re-signing guys that they absolutely don't need to deals that are unnecessarily good. And now I'm mad even more that Jayshawn Tate didn't just hit the open market and try to get a minimum. Like, he would still get a ton of playing time on Denver even with these changes.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's annoying. But yeah, the Rockets definitely got better. The thing that I didn't even mention with the Jabari Smith news, and I talked about how they opened up a spot for him probably as a starter next year. Imagine a lineup where who's the smallest guy in that lineup after Fred VanVleet? It's like Fred, Jabari, KD, Amen, and Şengün. Huge starting lineup.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
So they are like tripling down on their size. Ooh. Somebody said, did the Rockets do something else?
Let's see.
Somebody said the Rockets need to be stopped. They might have just saw the other news. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Dude.
Oh, they got Clint Capela.
What?
He was rumored to go to the Lakers.
I might have broken some eardrums there. I'm so sorry. But what? What are the Rockets doing? They're just snapping up every forward on the market.
Damn. How do you feel about Capela? I feel like
I wanted him for Denver. I was like, I'd give him the TPMLE. Especially if Kornet was not available. Which is, let's see, 3-year, 21.5. That's more than the TPMLE. How did the Rockets have so much space for these guys, by the way? Like, another $8 million. I guess, like, okay, they declined, like, Jeff Green's player option. Like, that's basically the money that Jeff Green was making. They also signed, like, him to a minimum and then Aaron Holiday to a minimum. So all those guys are on smaller deals now. Jayshawn Tate as well. And that made room for Capela. Why did Jayshawn Tate go back to the Rockets? He's never going to play.
Yeah, why did he? He didn't know Capela was going to be there when he signed, I guess.
But he signed a minimum. Like,
damn you, Rockets. Rockets still a second round exit. That's what I like to hear.
There's, the deals haven't been signed yet. It's not too late to change your mind, Jayshawn. If you want to go somewhere, like, seriously.
Yeah, I agree with this comment from Snoozer.
Yeah, he's fine as a
sneaky
backup.
wash. But yeah, he would be a good backup.
He's better than any backup option we've got.
We still do need some more shooting, Hurricane. Yeah, Brucey B isn't like a sharpshooter, though he did make, I would say he made more like shots when we needed it than guys we did have, but it's not like he has the percent that's going to make people feel really good. But I do think Cam is going to be a good three-point shooter for us. What was his percentage? Do we know? Did we say that yet?
Cam? I think it's over 40%. Let me check.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it doesn't even matter to me because he's guarded like a shooter, which is like the main thing. Last season, well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like you're giving up a guy who's got guarded a shooter. You want to make sure that you're not losing that. Cameron Johnson, 39% from 3 last year, which I think is the same as MPJ. He only played 57 games though. Like, that's really like my main thing with Cam is the games played.
Well, you're playing in Brooklyn. How hard are you really trying to get on the floor every night?
I know, but he has never played over 70 games, and his last season that he played 60 was the second to last year with the Suns, where he played 66. So, that's not great.
Here's the next news. We got Karis Levert, 2-year, $29 million to Pistons.
Oh, okay. So they've not solved their shooting, but they've got. Okay, so Dennis Schroeder. I don't know if this has been announced yet, but we got rumors that he's like meeting with Sacramento, and they're probably going to sign him. They're losing their backup guard. So this gives them their backup guard in wing form, and he can shoot some. He's not like a good shooter, but like he can shoot some. He can shoot like off, like pull up and all that. He can also play off ball. He's played off ball a lot with Darius and Mitchell over the last couple of years. So I think that's a good pickup for Detroit, given the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
It's tough with the price. That's kind of a lot for Karis Levert, but I don't know who else they're spending that money on. So, it is what it is. I think that Karis is going to be a good fit there. I don't know how I feel about the contract.
Right. Yeah, I feel like he's always in like a weird pecking order situation on better teams, and not that it would change too much with Detroit, but I do think he could be featured more and shine more, and I'm excited for him. And Detroit is like a sneaky team. I hate saying that term. Why did I say that? But they're like an exciting team, underrated, and I like him on the Pistons. That'll be really cool for them. At least he didn't go to another West team. At least he didn't go to Houston. They have unlimited pockets to sign whoever the hell they want.
Every fucking forward. The Houston Rockets are going to be really annoying next year. They're just a huge team. I think they're probably the biggest team in the league now.
Nuggets are title contenders officially, says Carter Bryant Spurs. Yes, I agree. Rockets are going to be as well, and the Thunder. And
Bruce is a vet minimum.
Bruce is the vet minimum?
According to Sam Amick from The Athletic. Holy shit.
Dude, I knew he would.
Bro. The Nuggets' new front office of Ben Tenzer and John Wallace is putting in work today. Yeah, they are. Oh my gosh. How long? It doesn't even feel like we've been streaming that long because so much of it was like nothing's happening. How long have we been streaming? I don't even know.
2.5 hours. Thank you all, chat, for being here and reacting. Wow. Give us a Bruce like while you can because the Nuggets are back.
He really loves Denver. That's incredible, man.
I knew Bruce would come for a minimum. I had said like I'm excited for Bruce Brown to sign the minimum, and people laughed at me. And they said, no, he's not doing that. That's impossible. And I'm like, he will for us, I'm telling you.
Wow. Nobody has ever loved, wow.
They also got a $16.8 million trade exception?
Yeah.
Nice.
They could use that they could trade for somebody into that. So that's also helpful. That's another thing. So they could trade somebody into that trade exception, or they could use the full mid-level exception. They can't do both. They could do both if the trade into the trade exception was for way less than the obviously 17 or 16 point whatever $million. Because you can't use the full mid-level. You can only use it up to the first apron. So it actually might be more useful to actually use your trade exception, but Denver has a history of just not using their trade exceptions that they generate in these deals. So let's see what they do. Wow.
Thank you, Bruce. You are a Nuggets legend. Oh, man. So, man, it's just funny because Bruce Brown has been rumored to the Nuggets. Back to the not rumored, but just the connection that Bruce has.
He's been rumored. He's been spreading rumors on his Instagram stories. So,
yeah, but
I think I'm more happy that Bruce is coming back on a minimum.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that was like the reason why I was excited to get Bruce back was for that exact reason. People are still kind of skeptical of his basketball. They're saying Bruce Brown's not going to save the Nuggets. Like, we get that. We just want another serviceable player. But the fact that I thought we could get him for the minimum again was a possibility is going to be amazing for us to get a cheap player who can contribute putting the Nuggets back into the conversation for the title, especially improving our depth and giving us options to get more players, just like we did when we won the title.
The chat is freaking out right now. I'm just trying to like keep up with everything happening on Twitter. Okay.
What did Vote tweet? Bruce on the Vetman. Yeah.
Still. Okay, a lot of people still confused about the Bruce thing, but Sam Amick reported it as a minimum. Man, I really wish we could have gotten Luke Kornet. Come ring chase with us.
We still need a backup big.
But
we do
that's
need
good
some
money
shooting.
that San Antonio offered him. I don't think he was going to get that anywhere else, and I don't know why San Antonio gave him a 4-year deal for Luke Kornet. We do still need a backup big. Bill Simmons just tweeted, the Nuggets just got Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown, and ESPN's TV producers are like, yo, can you guys do a second Lakers segment?
Has there been any crazy fake reportings out there? I don't know. I haven't seen. I feel like I have Centel blocked. But I've mostly been checking Shams, and that's pretty
Haynes.
much it.
Wow. I need to check out, let's see, I'm going to go to the Denver Spot Track page and just check out the pick situation. So Denver had both the 2031 and 2032 available to trade this offseason, but you can only trade one of them because you can't trade picks in subsequent years. You have to have, because of the step-in rule. You can't go 2 drafts in a row without a draft pick, a first-round pick anyway. So because they traded 2032, that means 2029 is available to trade. So I think like because they traded 32 instead of 31, in addition to it being just the better asset of the two, so maybe Brooklyn was like, we need this one. I think that might mean more flexibility with trading other picks in the future. Not that our picks are currently locked up because of some picks that need to be conveyed from other deals, but yeah, I don't know. I'm reeling right now, Will. This is a live look.
We're feeling like
what I look
back.
like when I'm just sitting in my apartment on my own reading this kind of news.
Phil Brown says he feels high now. Yeah, we're all feeling the vibes.
That was a
high.
weird feeling when I felt like when I first saw the news. I'm like, I'm literally shaking right now. That's how it felt.
I think and Cam. I think Cam's like a smart player too. No shade to MPJ, but I feel like Cam may be able to do a bit more. Like people always ask, why are we not involving MPJ more? Why are we not running enough stuff for MPJ? And it's like, I feel bad. Like I'm not trying to like throw shade to MPJ just because of this trade. I'm trying to like talk myself into Cam and talk the fans into Cam. I do think he's smart and like will be able, especially defensively. I think he's gonna know like more of where he needs to be and schemes and be on top of things, maybe a little bit more than MPJ has been. And now, Tenzer and Wallace are really putting together quite a little resume for themselves early on in this offseason. I'm going to thank them to have lots to talk about. Like, we'll probably come back with more. We'll get some Cam Johnson clips. We'll talk about more of this as the offseason goes on. We'll have guests on, get their impressions of Cam Johnson. I mean, all you can really do is hope it's going to be an improvement to what we look like with MPJ, though it's definitely going to be sad without him. Yeah, I think he's a high IQ dude.
I'm sending you a tweet. We have to flash this one up on the screen. Oh my gosh. What a day, man. There's still stuff happening. Who can we tag for insight on what his contract could look like?
For Cam or who?
Oh, no. Oh, someone's talking about what Bruce's next contract could look like. I don't know, a lot of money, maybe. Or they're like, no, we're not falling for it
He's gonna go
again.
back to $22 million. So we weren't sure how Tenzer and Wallace were going to look, but so far, what they've been able to do.
Wait, I just realized something. Holy shit. If we gave Bruce a 1-year vet minimum, that means we didn't give him a player option. Oh my gosh. This front office is so different.
But
No, do you understand?
yeah, no, keep talking that through.
Like last year, we gave Russ a player option. We gave Dario we give all the free agents player options. That's just what Denver does. Like they give every free agent a player option when they sign them in the offseason. And they signed Bruce to a 1-year vet minimum. That means he doesn't have a player option next year, which isn't like it doesn't mean that he won't be back. It might mean that he's in a similar situation that Russ was in this year, where he could sign for another vet minimum or whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe he'll go somewhere else. That means that Denver doesn't have to worry about will we have a roster spot for this, next year if this doesn't work out. That is incredible. That is just this is a sea change.
Yeah.
This is the thing I'm latching on to about today.
Yeah. Just that organizational change. 2 chefs are cooking. Yeah, let's look at how we're doing. A funny tweet from not friend of the show, but friend of Twitter. They're having their finals game. They're having their legendary 30-point triple-double in the finals game, working together. Some pretty impressive stuff from them so far. At least you can't be mad at the moves. You can be confused at how this exactly makes us significantly better. You can still ask questions about the needs that we still have in backup big and shooting and maybe more ball handling, even though I think Bruce can do a little bit of that. Maybe not on the same plane as Russell Westbrook, but you do get downsides with Russ that we've talked about for a whole year. But you can't be too mad about this. This is going to put us back in somewhat of a stable place. I think the idea that we're going to be losing to the Wizards and all that night after night, and the fact that we'll have more depth, hopefully more health going into the playoffs with more rotational players, though I get Cam Johnson, you're going to be concerned about how many games he's going to play. That remains to be seen, and it's a good concern for Nuggets fans to bring up. But so far, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty excited to see just something new with the Nuggets.
I just want to know what we're going to do with our mid-level exception now.
Yeah, that's a big question. Do we have the full mid-level? Have we decided that?
No, it's going to be or what they do with the mid-level, or with their trade exception, where they could just trade. They could try to trade for some. Now, look, you'd have to trade assets for somebody, but maybe we want to try to trade a distressed asset from someone that wants to get that money off their books. So, can you think of a player that's under $17 million that we could just add that another team maybe doesn't want? There's probably at least a few of them.
Yeah,
that could give us some of what Denver is looking for. Let's see. I'm going to go to the contracts list here. What about Bogey? I don't think the Clippers want to just give him up for nothing, so probably not, especially not to help a in-conference rival. What is the East doing today, by the way? I guess Karis Levert to Detroit. Are they doing anything? Eastern Conference? Still waiting on the Paolo Banchero extension news, which he's not technically extension eligible till tomorrow, but obviously these guys are talking. We'd get news of a deal that's going to be reached soon. Let's see. Let's go to... My head is spinning right now. Let's look at players. Let me go to Hoops Hype. Players that Denver could trade into the trade exception. Oh my gosh, the MPJ deal is in the front page of everywhere.
Yeah, the Pistons
For
and the Knicks
obvious
are
reasons.
going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals shoe-in. Unless some...
Hey, the Magic exist,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm
Oh, we
not.
got... Oh, shit. We just got the Clippers news. Brook Lopez to the Clippers.
2 years, 18
Boo.
million. Okay, so they used their MLE on Brook.
Don't love that. I don't know how good Brook is these days. I mean, he's getting older, but, you know. I feel like the Clippers did struggle when they didn't have Zoo in, and this is just more firepower for them, which I hate to see. I hate teams that have double bigs.
And Zubats was already kind of a handful for us.
Yeah, totally.
Just like, I
And
don't
he
think
can
that the
shoot.
Clippers' issue in that series was defensive. I mean, the numbers actually would suggest that it was, because their offense was actually second in the playoffs, even though it didn't look like it. But yeah.
Does this move you, chat? Brook Lopez to the Clippers. West getting better.
It helps them get better. Like, it's just another good player. Yeah, I don't know. Makes the Denver in particular matchup harder, but does it help them beat other teams more?
Hey,
Like they already had a lot of depth, so I don't think depth is the Clippers' issue.
No,
So
definitely
it's
not.
hard for me to see how this helps them. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's another more reliable player, because we talked in that series how, as good as their sort of 6 through whatever was compared to Denver's, even though like ours actually played like pretty well, especially Russ. Like Russ played pretty well off the bench for us. They didn't have a lot of consistent production from their like 4th/5th guy. And even though Brook is coming off the bench, they'll just have another guy that they know is like gonna do stuff that night, whether it's rebounding, scoring, whether he's shooting well that night or not, whatever. Whereas they didn't have that in the series against Denver. And on top of it, Norm was inconsistent. So it put a lot more pressure on everybody down roster in that series. So I don't know. Like, I think the Clippers are going to be a good team again next year. I don't know if this puts them higher than they already were, like standings wise, like where I expect them to finish, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I think they'll still be pretty good. I mean, I was happy when we beat them because I did think they were pretty good. Like when we played them, I mean, we went to 7 games. We were talking about, does that really mean like going to 7 games with the Nuggets and then we lose in the second round, but also going to 7 games with the Thunder? How do they
The
look
thing
at
is,
their
to
season?
me, the Clippers go against the Thunder and they lose that in 5.
Yeah, they probably could. If you should be comparing yourself to the Thunder, of course, and they'll probably get CP3. Now they have Brook Lopez. There's always questions about Kawhi, especially now another season. How will he be able to rest the whole regular season next season? Are they just going to load manage him, even though he was completely fine and played through the whole playoffs? That will really piss me off. But what can you do? It's more of the NBA. Let's get Yabusele. I'd be down with that.
I know. Let's get Yabusele at a minimum. Let's go. Come on, Ben and John. We believe in you now.
You can make miracles happen, Ben and John.
Oh my gosh.
I love seeing Nuggets fans happy with these moves. Like, I get if you're not the biggest fan of them, but you can't be mad at Bruce Brown on the minimum.
So Nikias Duncan makes a good point. If Chris Paul is in talks to be with the Clippers, now they're just going to have point guard, good lob threat. Not like Brook's not really a good lob threat, but he's a good pick and roll guy. Like he knows screening angles and all that. So he'll be able Chris Paul makes all the bigs look good, like regardless. So that could be like a dynamic that the Clippers are playing with as well. If they do get Chris Paul, we don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, okay. All right, back to this salary list. All right, I'm just going team by team here. Guys in that range that teams actually don't want. Okay. Not Karis Levert, not Onyeka Okongwu, not... Ooh, we should go after Al Horford. We should use like part of something for Al Horford. The thing is, I don't think you can split up a trade exception. You can split up a mid-level exception, but you can't aggregate it with anything else. So they have opposite sort of issues. Okay, let's keep going down the list. Josh Green. No. This is not a thing. This is not an exercise that I had done in the past and like prepared for you guys because I didn't think that we'd ever be in this situation. The Cavs have Max Strus around that money. No, not really. Although they're over the second apron, I wonder if they'd be willing to just part ways with Dean Wade just to get some money off the books.
This is so funny just because we kind of knew what landscape we were working in. Like, this is what we have available. What, did another news drop?
No, I'm thinking PJ Washington. The Mavs don't need to dump money, but they have too many forwards on that team, and they need to clear runway for Cooper Flag.
Oh, PJ would be pretty nice.
How would he feel about coming off the bench? He wouldn't even necessarily have to. We could start him, and then Cam could come off the bench, or vice versa, and just be like, look, Cam doesn't play all the games anyway. Like, you can, do this. So that's, I mean, we don't have any assets to trade Dallas on top of that. So I was mostly looking for players that like another team maybe wants to get off their books. And PJ's a good player, so Dallas probably wants to get something back for him. But if they don't, and if they're dumb because it's Nico, then why not? Oh my gosh, Cam Johnson is already on Denver's books in Hoops Hype.
Damn.
Oh, it happened so fast.
Nah. Ayton.
I know I want Nah, but I don't know if we're gonna get him.
I don't know either, but that would be I don't know. I sometimes feel mixed about him. I feel like I try to stay low on Nah just because I don't like Minnesota. But if he comes to Denver, I'm going to hop on the train. His offense is a little spotty, but we need to shore up the defense. So I'm sure everyone would love that. I would love to see it. He's been someone, people have been wanting him in Denver for a long time.
Yeah. Including me. All right, let's see. Do the Warriors have anyone we can rate? I can't believe the Pelicans. Did we already talk about the Looney to the Pelicans? We talked about it, right? Why is Troy Weaver obsessed with centers? like without fail, there's something he's going to do in a given offseason. It's going to be sign another center to their roster. Like he was briefly in Washington after he left Detroit, right? And then he signed Jonas Valanciunas last summer. They ended up getting I think a second round pick out of it or something. So it was a fine move, but it's just like this guy knows one thing and one thing only. Wait, was it him or Dumars that made the decision to trade that future? So on our draft show, we talked about the Pelicans trading next year's draft pick unprotected to trade up for Derek Queen, who's a center in the draft last week.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a Troy Weaver thing?
I don't know for
sure.
sure.
I mean, it had to be approved, but come on, man. Yeah.
Well, welcome anyone who came over from DNVR stream. I'm sure that was fun to see their reaction to stuff.
Oh my God.
Vent Jones says Johnson's going to be a godsend like MPJ if Joker could troll him telepathically. I mean, I guess the IQ part is going to be the part you're going to sell on Cam Johnson.
I just hope he plays. That's my thing about Cam. I like he's a good shooter. He's a good DHO guy. I think he'll fit into the system. He's a smart player. All this stuff. I love him on Old Man of the Three. By the way, he does a good interview. He seems like a really smart guy. I wonder if he's gonna keep doing that show. We're gonna have one of our players.
I'm gonna guess
just,
no.
Regularly doing ever.
I think
why though?
I think he's just only on that because he was on Brooklyn.
Nets?
Yeah, you
I
gotta
mean,
play on the Nets to be on that show a lot.
maybe
I
he'll
feel
just do
like
it less frequently. I hope he still does it though.
just bringing him in
Um,
remotely. Who cares? He doesn't have to be there in person.
yeah,
And he's
exactly.
not going to be saying the kind of shit Mike says on podcasts,
Yeah, which is yeah.
which doesn't matter.
Uh, but what was I gonna say? It's just like, can you stay on the floor? Like, that's the main thing for me. Which is funny when you're talking about the comparison being to Michael Porter Jr., but that's just the reality of where those players have been the last few years. Obi Toppin. I
For
actually had a question for you in our show notes about in this show. He's making $13 million right now, just like another guy. He doesn't really fill any of our immediate needs. It's just like a guy in that contract range. And the Pacers wouldn't give him up for nothing. So I'm just thinking next year, with Hallie out, are they looking to get under the luxury tax at least for next year? Do they want to just shed some salary, whatever? But in the face of all the contracts that we've seen over the last few days, over like last year, and how Obi played in the playoffs, do you feel differently about the Obi Toppin contract extension,
oh yeah, I
which
do.
was it 4 years, 60 million, I think? So he's making 15 million a year on average.
I think it's a really good one now. I mean, his 3-point shooting alone in the playoffs really convinced me. Obviously, the vertical spacing's crazy. I did get a little frustrated with some Nuggets fans comparing him to Aaron Gordon because Aaron Gordon's like my favorite player. So I'm like, okay, let's calm down on that a little bit. And I definitely like AG's defense over Obi Toppin. But for that price and for his role in the Pacers, like, yeah, that's really good.
Rui Hachimura makes 17 million a year. That's not me saying that's like a suggestion. It's just like I didn't realize he was making 17 million.
Tony B asked how much do we have available in cap space?
So we don't have cap space because we're still over the cap, but we have access to the full mid-level exception, or most of it, not the whole thing, because we're under the first apron. I think we have like 9 million of it, something like that. Or so we could like sign a player out of free agency with that, or we could trade a player into that exception because those exceptions are, you can use them for trades now. Alternatively, the MPJ trade created a $17 million trade exception that Denver could use to trade for a player in like making up to that amount of money.
I know we just brought up Yabusele, but Ari just made a point. I don't know that he's reporting anything. This seems more like him just brainstorming. But he said the Denver Nuggets had interest in Yabusele. They were previously limited to the 5.6 taxpayer mid-level. With Michael Porter Jr. trade created flexibility. Yabusele is a name to monitor.
That's a good point. If we were interested in Yabu, I'm like glad they were because I wanted them to be interested last summer, where he took a minimum from the Philadelphia 76ers of all teams.
Yeah, remember covering him in the Olympics? We were like, Nugget this man.
Go Nugget this man right now. I don't know how much they'd offer him, but I would be okay if they went the mid-level route, using part of the mid-level for him and then part for another player. Although I don't know who now, because a lot of the guys I was thinking that could be mid-level candidates are just getting more money from other teams. Yeah. Yeah, this is fascinating. I just passed a name with the... What team is this? This is the... Oh, the Timberwolves aren't going to trade with us. Herb Jones? Would New Orleans just give us Herb Jones for nothing?
Yeah. What is
this is the kind of delusional like trade ideas that I can actually think about now, because they're actually at least theoretically possible, whereas this stuff was not before. The Knicks aren't giving up Mitchell Robinson, although that would be, oh my gosh, what a get if we could get Mitchell. Let's see here. Orlando Magic. Ooh. Would Orlando just give us Wendell Carter Jr. for nothing? Probably not. Probably not. But they do have Goga Bitadze, Would they give us Goga Vitadze for nothing? Who's making $9 million this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Astrid asked about Larry Nance. I think Larry Nance is someone we were kind of looking at before we even opened up more on this exception. Like, but yeah, I don't know how it's gonna end up. Did you just see more news?
Yeah, just that the Hawks are working on a sign-in trade for Nikhil.
Luka Garza is going to the Celtics.
Yeah, that's
weird.
Okay.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Immediately lost Kornet, so there you go. They just got Luka Garza.
It's just a 2-year minimum deal.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
So, yeah.
What Phil Brown asks, is a $17 million sign and trade with the exception possible?
No, because we'd have to stay under the first apron. So we could do a sign and trade for let me see. I have to see where we're at right now. So Denver is, hopefully Spot Track is updated with this trade. It has not yet.
Damn it. Yeah, it seems like it's official. Nas going to the Hawks.
Yeah.
Damn it.
We'd basically have to use the full mid-level, or the part of it that we have access to, for the sign and trade.
Oh, Bill Simmons had a funny tweet. He said, Nuggets just got Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown, and ESPN's TV producers are like, can you guys do another Lakers segment?
Yeah, I read that one earlier.
Yeah.
All right. That's crazy, man. Okay. We're just typing away here. Okay. I'm just waiting for Spot Track to update so I can see how far away Denver is from the aprons. I could do the math myself, but
yeah, Snoozer does have a good take. Nah went east, and he's not on the Wolves. Very happy.
Yeah, but Nikhil was good defensively, but he was always so bad against us offensively in the playoffs in both years. So
that's why I was a little bit low on him when we were talking about him. Maybe just cope because we didn't get him, but
we needed that point of attack defense more than anything else.
That's so true. It would have been good to have for that specifically, but we'll see who we can get.
Oh man. Wow.
Any other news?
So when they said they view Christian as part of the core, they meant him and not MPJ apparently.
Yeah, he was the core 4. No, they didn't say core 4 though. I don't think they.
No, they didn't say core 4. They just said part of the core.
So, which is smart. But are you going to include Cam Johnson? I guess he can't be a core because he hasn't been here. He's just the new guy. But
no.
Is it possible to pay out Sarge?
Yeah.
Now that we have freed up some space.
I mean, you could have bought out Sarge before, but now it's easier without risking not being able to sign enough players. I still don't think they're going to.
Red and Whites says, I'll be honest, now that we're rich, only Horford is acceptable. We are rich.
I agree, Red and Whites. We are rich now. We should only have the best.
Yeah, it's the bench shooting and backup big still, and then we're good to go. Got a couple questions.
Let's give out a 1 year, $9 million. Give him a player option. I don't even care. Let's go crazy. It's all over. Yeah. Okay. Making sure we don't miss any more news. All right. 4 years, $62 million with the Hawks for Nikhil.
4 years, 60?
That's a lot. Yeah, 62. He's making a little more than Obi Toppin.
And the Hawks are kind of cool, to be honest.
You know who he shares an agent with? Jason Tate.
This move might make more sense for him than Jason Tate's move, but
yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Hawks are interesting. I mean, they got KP, Man, they're really trying to like make Tre happy.
Or they're just like, it's the East. Like, we could get out of the East.
Yeah, they really should be. Every East team should be going for it.
I was someone suggested that the Hawks were like in that conference finals range for the East a couple weeks ago, and I was like, does that say the Hawks? And then they made all these moves, and now I'm like, all right, I see it, especially in this East. Like, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
What about Mason Plumlee as a possibility, as Ashford asks?
Sure, if we can't get somebody better. Like, if we can't get Al, like, I'd be fine with Mason. Wow. This is a lot of change. Who are the good players left to give the MLE to? Don't know. Wow. All right. So going through this list for other candidates for this trade exception. Oh, Grayson Allen.
Ugh.
Talk about a team looking to shed salary. Add another shooter.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Like, what kind of Sun spare parts could we get? I don't like Grayson Allen as like a person, and I hate the Suns.
But if we could get him for free, then
that is some shooting off the bench.
How many years are left on his contract? I might actually ask for some seconds from the Suns, but I think they spent all of them already. Like, they don't have anything left. Now we can like milk teams for assets because we're willing to take on contracts that they don't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, we were in this mindset of this is the limitations we had. This is what we have to work with going into free agency. And that trade just completely shifts the landscape of what we can do. And it's like hard to, like, we had all the names in mind before all this. Like, everyone's been writing articles on it. But how could you have predicted this would happen on the day of free agency and what names are going to come available?
Yeah. Was not thinking about
opening
up all this. Like, this is what it means to have actual flexibility.
Yeah. It's so nice for a change. Like, what a breath of fresh air it is to even throw these names out.
I would like to be, I want to make it clear that we would have had a similar level of flexibility to this last summer had we not extended Zeke Naji. Like, almost all the same avenues would have been available to us.
Oh, God, I know. And then it's just, did we beat the Thunder then? Let's not get into it.
Anywho.
Should the MLE be used on a center or another ball handler? Yeah, like, what are you hoping? What role are you hoping comes in next?
If we can get Al Horford, I'm giving him whatever he wants.
Yeah. He would be like Jeff Green on steroids on our title season.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
I would have given Luke Kornet a bit more money. I'm surprised that, like, he got the money and the years from San Antonio, kind of like in a way that kind of surprised me. But for Al Horford, absolutely. I'm thinking about who else is left. I probably would have given Capela, if I'd known this is what we were doing, I would have given Capela more than he got from Houston. He's getting like tax MLE money from Houston, and now we can actually yeah. Now we can actually give guys more than $5 million a year. Oh man. What is this? Yeah. Okay.
People are really curious about Cam Johnson's defensive abilities. I know we
I think people that are looking for him to be like a substantial upgrade from MPJ will be disappointed.
Defensively?
Yeah. But if you're looking for someone that's just like not worse, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
he would probably be like a little bit better, which is like Okay. Maybe fine, but not also at the same time.
We had been talking too about like trying to find a defensive like leader vocally, and how the Nuggets have been missing that. Haven't really signed anyone who could take that spot
Yeah.
up, but I don't know if like DA and the assistants. I mean, they'd been talking about how the communication was better, but I don't know if like Bruce Brown
Let's
and
get Jared Dudley in the building.
yeah, he can be that guy just off the without having to do it on the court. But I think you probably do need someone on the court to do that. We haven't really gotten that yet. But I having Bruce back and that versatility and just optionality with the rotation with him is going to be amazing. Hopefully, he's going to look like he did. He may not look exactly like he did, but gotta be happy with that. I know. Can we make a Bulls trade? I feel like the Cam Whitmore thing.
I wish we had some seconds to attach to Zeke to trade to Arturis for Io. That would be like enough ball handler for me. Like him, Bruce, Pickett, Jamal. Like I'd be happy with that backcourt. What were you? What else were you thinking with the Bulls trade?
No, I don't know. I mean, that was just Astrid. I brought that up. Any trade with the Bulls is funny because they usually fleece themselves. So it's like you just get away scot-free if you work with the Bulls. But yeah, it's so hard to find. Like, I mean, I like Cam Johnson's potential to really be like that 3-and-D guy that Mike is inconsistently not from night to night. Like, I do think he'll stabilize that role a little bit more than people think. But I still love Mike, and his height and his ability to shoot is rare. And people did say MPJ was unmovable. They were like, he has no market. And I said today, I still think he has a market, and there it is. He's traded.
And for just one first round pick for like a clear, that means like the Nets didn't view him as negatively as like, look, the 2032 is Denver's most valuable like draft capital. It just is like as a singular pick, maybe one of the most valuable in the league, just because of the situation that Denver's in. When you're a contender, it's more about the future picks that are more valuable. When you're a bad team, it's about obviously the more recent ones. And they tend to keep those because they need to because they're rebuilding. But I'm kind of surprised that Brooklyn didn't want more, given how everybody talked about how bad MPJ's value was around the league. Yeah, so.
I do think you can like MPJ and love him and respect him and still be concerned about. I mean, it's hard because his contract is like almost done, but that's 2 more years of Jokic, and everyone's so impatient. And it's like not hate on MPJ, but that is a lot of money. And that is just one less thing you have to worry about if you're a Nuggets fan. No hate to Mike, but I feel pretty good knowing that we have more flexibility, more options, new players. Maybe with DA, I like his offensive mind. What can he do with Cam Johnson? And just we're going to look more fresh, less predictable. Mike's someone who can't be easily hunted as easily as Cam, I would bet, even though I know you said you don't think he's going to be a substantial upgrade to him defensively, but I think I feel a little bit better having him.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I just want to reiterate again that most of the tools that we're talking about that are now available to Denver would have been available to Denver last summer had they not extended Zeke. I just want to like that. Those are the kinds of margins that we're talking about with like how bad like one move can be in terms of being damaging to your flexibility. And now we've traded MPJ, and Zeke is still here. He's outlasted MPJ. Let's see. What else is going down?
The question is, though, can he be more reliable than MPJ on defense? I'm just responding to Depth, who says Cam is mid on defense.
Which is fine. That's the same as MPJ was.
And we're still
but like, I'm gonna just like reiterate that with Cam, their pluses and minuses as player, like on court production, impact, whatever, almost cancel each other out. And it depends on what you happen to value on a given day. For me, with Cam, it's really like, can he stay on the floor? Like, if he can stay on the floor, you're great. And that's what Denver's hoping for with this. And also hoping that, like, when he can't stay on the floor, like, okay, at least we have more other, like, good players that we can play behind him because we don't have so much money locked into one salary in MPJs.
Yeah. It's like the next move that's really going to be. I mean, I don't want it to like put so much pressure on the remaining moves, but the flexibility we're now getting could be invaluable. And it's like, again, the title of the show is like, we need to hit on these moves. So far, I like what I'm seeing and the potential for what we can get next. I'm just waiting. I wonder how soon we're going to get that or not. How quickly was that trade negotiated? And you know, like we hear reports about like the meetings, the Zoom meetings that have been set up. You're not going to be taking meetings with guys if you don't have the MLE or the money to sign them. Now we do have ability to meet with guys we didn't think we could get, and they're going to be working quickly to try and get that. What do we get now?
We got Tyus Jones to the Orlando Magic.
God.
Only 1 year late. 1 year, $7 million deal. If you want to pull that one up.
Good for the Magic.
Just, oh my God. I was so scared, Will. I was looking at the depth chart yesterday. I'm like, there are zero point guards on this depth chart, bench or starters. Unless you're just like Suggs is point guard and blah, blah, blah. Suggs being your only primary initiator across the entire roster would have been such a disaster. And Tyus doesn't fix that, but I'm just like so glad that they're not trying to be dumb.
Tyus is the guy that always gets I know he can kind of be good, but I'm always out on them kind of person, irrationally so. But now I get to root for him because he's on the Magic, and like you said, it's definitely skill set that they were missing.
That's the thing with Tyus is like he's not going to be an upgrade to your starting guard, but they don't have a point guard, so yeah, like
that's what they need. Very exciting for the Magic. I mean, hey, Desmond Bane, Suggs, Franz, Paolo, Tyus. The offense should become less stagnant. I mean, what were your impressions of Tyus on the Suns? Like, because the Suns were kind of thinking the same thing, and then they didn't make the playoffs.
That's like judging any one player offensively from the Magic last year. I don't know, like honestly, most of the time, I didn't even see Tyus bringing the ball up the floor. Like, I don't know that the Suns even knew how to use a point guard. If nothing else, you could say he couldn't fix that team. I don't know if you saw this. Well, this was like so early in the morning, I had to scroll back to see it. The Suns signed Colin Gillespie to a minimum deal. So he's on a standard NBA contract now, not just a 2A. So I guess they liked him as a point guard, and they were probably more okay with him because he's going to be okay coming off the bench, whereas Tyus had promises from Bud of starting when Bud was there, and that became like a whole issue because they're all guards on that team. Astrid, I see what you're saying, but we'll see. Like, I hope so too.
Hope. Yeah, definitely the hope.
Yeah.
But it's like MPJ could have already been getting that boost too, and that's just where he ended up. But I mean, Mike did great for us, and he's a Nuggets legend. Like, if I haven't said that, Nuggets legend for life, won championship. It's more incentive for me to watch the Nets on a random night now, because like I still want to root for MPJ and hope he does really well.
Yeah, I agree. It would be nice for somebody to leave Denver and not just be labeled as a Jokic merchant. So, yeah.
Oh man, Ari's got the jersey swaps on these people already. He has Tyus Jones and the new Magic jerseys on his page. Good for him.
I was just thinking when someone was talking about Bruce's next contract, we could just offer him a mid-level next year,
Yeah.
which would be a raise.
Yeah. Definitely more options to retain him. I will be very curious to see how his season is, but I'm really excited to have him back and having a guy that loves being here and that the fans love. Can't beat that. Although it was exciting rooting for Russ too. And granted, some people were frustrated with him. I think Russ felt love from the home crowd, at least. I don't know how much. I
Yeah.
don't know how much he paid attention to like
Till the end, like
reporters.
people were really excited whenever in Ball Arena, whenever Russ did something
Yeah,
good.
he really did get people pumped up. But yeah, I'm assuming like a Russ to the Knicks or Kings thing is like going to be announced soon because I don't see him coming back to the Nuggets.
Yeah. So now that Dallas, we talked about with the D'Lo news, Dallas has been taken off the board for Russ. The Kings and the Knicks were the other places that were rumored that were interested. I don't know about the Knicks. Like that doesn't really make sense to me. I know they need another backup ball handler, but their spacing situation isn't like quite the Kings, where I feel like the Kings have more capable shooters. But the Kings are also apparently signing Dennis Schroeder, and that hasn't been announced like from one of the newsbreakers yet. But yeah, it seems like that's where Dennis is going to go. So it doesn't quite make sense to sign both. But there were also, I think Mark Stein reported that Sacramento was interested in having both Dennis and Russ, which that could be a disaster. But that is also a very Sacramento thing to do.
Yeah. And MPJ jersey retirement odds. Man, that's an interesting one. It is funny. It's like I always think about like who's going to get their jerseys retired because they won with the Nuggets. Like AG for sure, I'd say. Jokic. We'll see. I feel like Jamal. But MPJ, I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah. I think one of the last things I tweeted yesterday was like, so what is Brooklyn going to do with their cap space? Because, and this was after it was all this extension news happening. Like maybe it was after the Nas news happened, and I'm like, okay, they're not getting involved there. Detroit's not getting involved there. All this stuff. So I'm like, they only have a couple of roster spots left. So you need it to be like a big deal. And even this MPJ deal doesn't really start to cover the amount of cap space they have to use because of the new salary floor rules. It only covers 17 million of the like almost $50 million of cap space they had. So they might just be in the renting our cap space for assets business for the rest of the offseason and then kind of figuring it out from there. Yeah. Wow. Fascinating.
So Kevon Looney is rejoining Jordan Poole. I didn't think about that. I always forget Jordan
Oh my
Poole's on
gosh,
the
me either.
on the Pelicans.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty funny.
Oh my God. This is amazing. Tyus Jones has recorded 1,650 assists to only 277 turnovers in the last 4 seasons. Thank you, Synergy Basketball, for this tweet.
There we go.
Wow, both of my teams making moves, making massive moves today. These are equivalent moves. Orlando finally signing a point guard.
Wow. Definitely been an exciting day. We were talking shit about free agency, and then we got to
Free agency was like, just chill, just hold on a second, let me cook.
Yeah. You just got to be a little more patient. You NBA fans have been so spoiled in last years of these big deals being announced before it even starts almost because of all the tampering stuff. But obviously that stuff's changing now. Taking a little more time.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just glad, Nuggets Nation has been excited. They've been asking good questions about Cam on the court. now we're excited about the flexibility and the roster space and everything. I can't wait to see what other news we get throughout the day and the night. We could get something in the middle of the night.
We could get something in the middle of the night. It seems like it's active right now. Peak. Okay, so Yossi Goslin, I'm going to retweet this over from CBS. I think he's CBS Sports NBA salary cap analyst. He hosts a podcast called the Third Apron Podcast. Talked about the flexibility Denver's gained. So we got the $16.8 million trade exception, like you've been talking about, Will, as well as the $14 million mid-level exception. So it seems like according to this, we get almost the full mid-level, because I think the full mid-level
it's like 15 something.
It's like 14 and a half, I think.
14 and a half.
They got under the luxury tax. So that means they get under they avoid the repeater penalties for being in the luxury tax for more than 2 seasons. I don't know how long they're going to be under the luxury tax, though, because they still have roster.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
yeah.
How's it going to affect it when, like, we're clearly?
I think we'll be over the luxury tax for sure.
Yeah. But having the full mid-level 14 and almost having the full is amazing. I cannot wait to see what we use for that.
Yeah. Or the trade exception. I would love to see Denver use a trade exception just to see if it's possible, because they just never do it. I think that'd be a great way to, like I said, take on a quote unquote distressed asset that's like a player that's useful, but the other team is we are way over. We don't want to be a tax team. We don't want to be a second apron team, whatever. And then we'll also pay you second round picks on top of you taking on this player just because you're doing it. I don't know if that's possible, but I would be super impressed if they did that. I would just be like, okay, all right, I'm here. I'm here for the Jonathan experience.
The Jonathan and Josh, whatever the hell he's doing. I can't believe we've been criticized. I mean, all the questions that we've asked about the front office and the fans being underwhelmed by the hirings and just not quite sure what to make of it was completely valid. And I don't know. Is there a chance Cam Johnson's just going to tank? The good thing is he's on a 2-year deal too. It's if he's not going to fit, it's not like you just sunk yourself into something worse.
Exactly. Which is what a lot of the other trade options were. Let's trade with the Bulls and take on Patrick Williams' 5-year
taking back
deal.
Another bad salary just to get the deal done. This really isn't that bad if it's worst case scenario. What do you Astrid asked about Jordan Clarkson? Yeah, we haven't even talked about him yet.
I just saw that the Knicks are going to be his top destination. So I don't think he's going to be coming to Denver.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I really want Al Horford here now. I'm just to me on paper, I'm just what are the reasons that you can give me that we shouldn't just get Al Horford? Not why can't we? I don't see a reason why that isn't a foregone conclusion at this point, given what we have available to us and what we need, which is a backup big.
I know it's such a huge hole, though we have Duran coming. I don't think any of the fans are convinced Duran's going to come in and be the answer for backup big, but he's definitely going to help. I mean, people are forgetting about that too. It's he's another piece.
Sure, but he needs a big next to him, and Al can play the 4 or the 5. They can both do that, and it would be good to have another vet there doing that. And Al can also play with Jokic. It's just it feels like a dream fit. He can come compete for a championship, and if he wants to retire afterwards, whatever, whether it works out or not. It just seems am I crazy? This feels the obvious thing that they should be going for.
I would love it. I am worried that going back to our discussion about LeBron, that he's his wife's gonna be I don't want to go to Denver too, and I don't want you going there either. We've already left Boston.
Yeah, but he's not going
back
to Boston.
He's not going back to Boston.
Where are they from?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think so, because Boston just signed Luka Garza, and they're tanking next year. Not tanking, but they're not trying to sign. They're not going to sign Al Horford for as much as we can sign Al Horford for.
They don't really have a reason to, from the Celtics side, other than vibes and respect to Al, and if Al just wants to play there and retire, like I don't think he's as title hungry as he once was, considering he already just won with the
Well, then
Celtics.
why
But
keep playing?
just because he can, like people, the NBA players love playing in the NBA.
Yeah, but when
But
you're that old, you go play. You if you love the game, like you want to compete, like you want to be competing.
yeah, but then when you finally
Unless
get,
you're from Boston, like that's different.
hey,
But I don't think he is.
it's like Jeff Green. He got his title. He was long
Yeah.
seeking, and then he was just like, and well, he went to go get a
Then the
payday.
Rockets offered him $8 million
Yeah, he
a
got the payday,
year.
so that's different
That's
than Al.
different. Yeah.
But
That's what I'm saying. He could do that now, but to a team that's like already won and wants to win again, too.
but I was thinking there's an element of riding off into the sunset on the team that you are like comfortable with, that Al would like. And he's been the most beloved in Boston as of his late career, but I would love to have him in Denver.
He's on my Nuggets, like, I forget if I drafted him when we did our Nuggets bench players, our dream Nuggets bench players, but I didn't even talk about him because I just never thought it'd be possible.
Yeah, exactly.
But here it is. Like, he could be our Nicholas Batum. Just give him money.
Astrid saying the Warriors looking exciting.
I know. That's why I'm saying we should go swoop in.
No.
Like,
you should swoop in just to prevent that from happening.
I know.
As
Don't
good
let
of
the
a
Warriors get a
be.
good big.
Yeah, do not. Do you think Looney has like much playing days left? Speaking of Warriors big,
is he even 30 yet?
Oh yeah, damn! I thought he was like really old. I feel like he's been in the league forever, but
he's been at the Warriors. He's 29.
Damn, I thought he was like borderline washed, but whatever.
He's just like slow. He's just like way less athletic than he used to be and slow, but that's what happens to bigs.
Yeah.
He probably has a few good years left. And then he'll be taking a minimum. And by good, I mean like decent, like he can still be on the floor. And then he'll be like a good locker room guy, probably.
Definitely.
Oh my gosh.
What's this news?
It's not.
Nothing.
The Suns just signed somebody from EuroLeague. That's interesting, I guess. Just the fact that they did that. Oh man,
Well,
Nikhil was like.
Got some big questions left for the Nuggets.
Oh, DNVR was live, and I guess they must have logged off because they're going back. They're doing a show again to talk about the Cam Johnson trade.
Were they not live during the Cam Johnson
Maybe
trade?
not, because they're going live again right now. Adam just retweeted. That's funny.
Well, yeah, I would love to see what they have to say. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of digestion to do around this trade. Mixed feelings. It's bittersweet. It doesn't solve everything yet, and it brings up a lot of questions on how the Nuggets are going to finish out the roster. But Bruce being on the minimum is a really good sign for the rest of free agency and how this will shape out.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I'm just going to check real quick with Denver. Somebody's asking me a question about if Denver could stay under the luxury tax, which is like a thing for the Kroenkes' pockets, but it does impact how they approach subsequent years because of the repeater tax element there. So I have to do some math because Spotrac still isn't updated with the final trade. So Denver's currently at $196 million in salary. This is before the MPJ deal. 96 million. And I think actually that is counting. No, that's not counting Bruce. So whatever. 196. I'm going to subtract the trade exception they generated, which was 16.8 million, to see where we are with Cam Johnson instead of MPJ, which is 179. So that puts us. Oh, that's weird. This isn't showing the luxury tax threshold for this season, so I have to go to the other page. Okay, so the luxury tax for this season threshold is 187, so they would be $8 million under the luxury tax with 3 roster spots left to fill, including one from Bruce that is going to be another 4 million, or no, 2.2 million. Oh, wait. Cool. That puts us at 6. Actually, they could actually fill out the rest of the roster with minimums and avoid the tax altogether, but obviously you don't want to do that. You want to take advantage of your full mid-level. So that's the answer. Okay.
Everyone is still hanging out. Greatly appreciate you. This has been a fun day for sure.
Yeah, we'll probably stand for like another 20 minutes.
I remember last season we were wanting to do a live stream for free agency reactions just because the news coming in and it's a very exciting day. Wasn't sure how it was going to be, but Shams always was touting it like it's going to be really massive. I'm not sure how fans feel about it because obviously we're excited. Fans outside of Denver, besides this trade, may be finding free agency still to be like a dud in some senses, but we got some movement. We did get some players going elsewhere. Nuggets need more three-point shooting, ball handling, and a playable center. Yes, that is definitely the skill sets and positions we need. So job's not done in terms of constructing a competent roster. Everyone would feel more comfortable if we had answers for that, and we're just speculating about who we could possibly get next.
Someone posting the quote from MPJ at the early last season.
Oh, like
where
they have
he
to blow
said,
it up if we don't win.
Yeah, if we don't win it this year, we all know they might have to break it up.
Yeah, that was like one of the reasons why I thought maybe, it's like, yeah, it sucks, but he knows it might be coming, and I'm hoping it's not hitting him too hard. He does have some ties to Denver. Like, well, can't remember his brother. He had a brother going to DU, but I can't remember if I hate to say it, but if he was in prison or not. He has so many brothers in prison.
Yeah. Oh, God. What a year for MPJ. What a couple of years for him, actually.
Also, think about AG. Like, I mean, I think for all these guys, it's going to be emotional not having Mike. And I know Mike was there for AG a lot with the passing of his brother. I hope that goes over well with the players. Like, you can only hope for the best. But they're professionals. They know people come in and out. They've lost players they've loved before, like Ish Smith and Jeff and Jermichael Green, KCP, Gary Harris. They've gone through it a lot. So, but they want to win. Hopefully they're positive about that. And Bruce is going to bring the vibes up too, if you're concerned from that perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Man, that's so like I'm like feeling so many different things right now.
Yeah.
But the as I think a lot of our whoever's still left in the chat, thank you to all you guys for hanging out. Can see my like cap nerd brain is going absolutely out of control because there's all these things that I never get to think about when it comes to the Nuggets because they were just never relevant.
I know, yeah. It's like this completely shifts what we're looking at here. And it's like, how can you shift that quickly? And then were Ben and John confident this trade was going through? Was it like their first priority of business? Or did it just like pop up? Like, who initiated it? I mean, I'm sure it had to be the Nuggets because they're the ones moving Mike, but offering the pick, yeah, I feel like it had to be them initiating it. But then it's like, how confident were they in the move going through? And then were they looking at this new cap reality that you're now using as a lens to see these next moves? How on the ball are they on that?
Yeah. I want to know. I want to know. I'm just more intrigued by the Ben Joe combo.
Mm-hmm.
Ben John. I keep wanting to call him Joe when I say Ben's name first.
Oh, we just got
Jonathan, I will
possibly
say.
getting a Devin Booker extension.
Okay.
Devin Booker, 150 million, 2 years. It would begin in 28-29 and elevate his deal to over 322 million across 5 seasons.
That's a lot of money.
Yes.
See, he could have waited a year and gotten more, but he signed it this summer.
But he did it.
Sometimes guys just do that.
Well, I don't know what Jokic thinks of MPJ. I'm sure they have a good relationship, but if people...
I mean, he went on his podcast.
That's true. He doesn't do that for anyone else. But
I don't think Jokic is looking at this and is like, how dare they?
No, not at all. I think he's like probably going to be happy they're doing something, but he's not going to be happy because he doesn't like Mike. I think it's just a vote of confidence in the front office that they're making moves and they are trying to make the roster as competitive as possible, which is what Jokic wants, and that's what his comments indicated. I don't think Jokic is unhappy in Denver, as people were speculating. What salary cap realities are you looking at now?
I'm just looking at I don't want Al Horford to be a Warrior. I want him to be a Nugget.
It's Al Horford watch right now.
We're on Al watch.
Al watch.
I know a lot of people really like Yabusele too, but I like Al's defensive versatility on top of the offense. Like, it's offensive fit. Like, Yabusele would be just like good offensive, like backup front court player. Defense, like, I don't even know how to evaluate that because of how Philadelphia played last year. But Al, I just know like he'll fit in offensively and then he'll give you what he can defensively, which is a really high level still, frankly.
Yeah, who was he like guarding in the playoffs recently that was like Al Horford just did that? Was it Giannis or who was it? I can't even remember.
That was years ago. I don't know. I didn't really watch they played in the playoffs, but he wasn't really doing too much guarding of Franz or Paolo. The Knicks series? I don't know, OG. Like, there's not really, I don't think they're switching him onto Brunson ever, but they were blitzing a lot. Drew was like fighting over screens for the first time all year in the playoffs, so Al didn't have to worry too much about getting put on an island with Brunson. Yeah.
Although, back to the Devin Booker thing, it is why. I mean, I know there's going to be all this pressure on Booker to like leave the Suns, and now he's signing this extension with them, just getting as much money as he can. But he could have made more money. I don't know.
That's like, it's like, I mean,
committing to
it's like the Dame situation you're saying. I don't think Booker has reached the same heights that Dame has in terms of like being like a guy that everyone's like, he's got to get out of there. Because it's not like the Suns haven't gone for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
not
in
like
the finals.
It just didn't work out.
Well, just like the Suns are in a weird spot. They're like burning it down. Probably going to tank. Maybe he's in for that. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't care about going on a rebuild. Like he was already locked in a little bit anyway.
Well, the Zodiac GM says that Cam Johnson as a Pisces is an A+ fit in Denver.
Whoa, Zodiac GM.
He'll instantly connect well with Jokic, who is also a Pisces. Jamal, who is also a Pisces. I know their birthdays are close because they're both in like February. And then Aaron Gordon as well.
Well, we know Jamal fits really well with Jokic, the PB&J. What was MPJ's outlook with Jokic and the Zodiac GM, I wonder?
It was a B+ grade. I think Cam is an A+ grade. So not bad at all.
I expect definitely free agent moves for the Nuggets filling out the roster. I don't know if trades.
Oh, I don't know. Trades are possible. Like they might. We don't have any assets to attach to trades, but I wouldn't be surprised to see us trade, like I said, for somebody that is seen as either a distressed asset or just a good player on a team that can't afford to keep everybody on their roster and just they need to shed salary.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
the Cavs might be a sneaky one because DeAndre Hunter's salary puts them quite a bit over the second apron, and he's kind of their sixth man off the bench right now. They might not need him, or maybe they decide to move on from Strus. I saw those were two names that were kind of in the salary list as I was scrolling through, and I haven't actually gone through every team yet. But that's like a sneaky one because they're a second apron team now. I don't think they're trying to get out of the second apron immediately because they have time to kind of make that decision. But if they wanted to just kind of avoid it altogether, that would be one I look at. And also, again, Grayson Allen. I don't think the Suns, like I said, have any assets to give us in exchange for taking on Grayson Allen. And his contract's kind of long for something that you take without getting any assets back in return because he's got 3 years left, including a player option. But that's the kind of player that I would be looking out for if they were going to go the trade route. But they still have two other just roster spots for free agents, like without a trade. Also, that is a thing. Let's see, Suns. They have a 20. I don't think the Suns are going to give us their 2030 pick to salary dump Grayson Allen, though that would be hilarious. And they already traded all their second round picks, so they don't have anything to give us for that.
To answer your question, EK, Al Horford is the number one
Yeah,
player that we're wanting, but we definitely need shooting. We need
I think it's also fine to want Yabusele instead, just because he's
Yabusele.
younger.
Yeah.
Um, and maybe has a little bit more offensive juice, but I prefer Al Horford. I don't think they're that far apart from each other, but it's enough to where I'm like, I want the guaranteed thing of nearly guaranteed thing. Because you could also say like Al just might be like way over the age curve and like fall off a cliff next year, which would be bad. But I just don't think that's going to happen. I think he takes care of himself and it's going to be fine, especially for someone that we just need you to fill a bench role. Let's see who else. We could take on Robert Williams. Just if Portland wants to just dump Robert Williams for nothing, like yeah, we'll take that. You know, I don't know if other teams are even willing to give them assets in exchange for that contract. Hang on, we can.
Yeah, I feel like
But if they want to just give them up for free, like that's another one. I would prefer Al still, because if Portland gets to that point with Robert Williams, then they'd also be willing to just buy him out, and then we could sign him to a minimum. So I'd rather have Al. But that's another option for people that are trying to think of all the things that we could do.
Kai Jones drawing interest could land elsewhere. How do you feel about Kai Jones? Does that excite you, Grace?
No.
It's all about the Al watch.
I need somebody. If I'm spending that kind of money, I need somebody that I know is a playoff player.
Yeah.
But
it makes
they
it
could
easier
like
to find
Al
that.
could suck for like half the regular season and still be better than our backup big options in aggregate over the last few years. So whatever. We could keep him on ice for large chunks of the year in terms of like usage, responsibility, whatever, and then he turns it up in the playoffs, and then that's fine with me. I need somebody who's like a good playoff player there. That's the other reason I would spend or like use more of those like available kind of cap resources to him over Yabusele. Do you think Z contributes after playing some in the playoffs last year? Well, why don't you answer that one?
I mean, you can always hope that he can put something together, but we've been doing this for so long. Like, you know, Zeke is going to have his comeback and have his moment, and it just never really happens. I mean, Mike Malone left, and DA still didn't play Zeke in the playoffs, like hardly at all. Yeah, and speaking of the Mike trade and speaking of Zeke, I always thought we were going to attach Zeke or someone else to MPJ in a trade, and we didn't do that this time. I mean, I get that we're getting Cam Johnson and all that, and then you clear up room, but how would you have felt if we were able to like attach someone else random to Mike?
Say it again.
How would you have felt if we were able to attach someone else?
Oh, I would have
to
felt
Mike?
even better.
Yeah.
I was just kind of like, man, I wish I could have snuck Zeke in there.
I know.
It's like if we're already doing it and we give up the 2032, like I still think it's a good deal for Denver. I do, even with like the Cam Johnson injury risk. Can't go back in a year and be like, that was a terrible deal if like Cam has a, poor injury luck season and whatever. I think you take that chance because of the flexibility it opens up for you. But it would have been like total fleecing if we could have included Zeke Naji in that deal.
Oh yeah, Zeke for sure, or even just like someone else to get another spot open.
Or Sharch, yeah.
But
I agree. Because the Nets wouldn't even have to keep him at that point; they could just buy him out.
Mm-hmm. That is like the one downside
and get their roster spot back.
I always thought Mike was going to be moved with like someone, but
yeah.
But who wants to take them? So it's like
maybe
they're agreeing to the Mike deal.
Maybe the trade isn't final yet. Maybe you never know. Maybe John is sweet talking them. Like I don't know.
Well, don't ruin the deal. Don't push it.
No, they're not gonna ruin the deal. But they'll be like, look, you guys need like another young. We have all these point guards. You need a young backup big to play with them. And he's like a stretch four. He's versatile. He's versatile defensively. I think Jordy probably puts his foot down and is like, no, not a chance. No, like, I know what I'm dealing with here.
Astrid asks who are your top 3 players the Nuggets should go for. So I know Al's your number 1.
Yeah.
Who would you go with after that? Would Yabusele just be 2, or would you? I know they're like the same role.
Sure. I'm thinking about players in other roles as well, just because you have more flexibility available to you with the traded player exception or the full mid-level. You can either sign somebody from free agency or trade for someone, and I think trades open up a wider universe of like quality of player available to you if you go that way, because there just aren't that many free agents on the market. So I would say Al number 1. If you could pry TJ McConnell away from the Pacers for nothing, which would never happen because the Pacers asset management is top tier. I don't know that I'd love using the full mid-level for that, but like, why not? Another player that I would trade for. I'm mostly just spitballing right now. There were just more players available to us. So then I'd put like a Grayson Allen and Robert Williams on the same tier. Because I don't know if Grayson is like a playoff player, and I don't know if Robert Williams is like a player that will be helpful at the time the playoffs are happening.
How are his legs?
But both could be useful to you in the right circumstance. So like you maybe chance it just to have the opportunity at another player.
Oh, look.
I know. Thanks, David. I'm always trying to manifest the TJ trade.
Yeah.
Oh man, wow, we are approaching on. Has it really been 4 hours?
Yes, we've streamed through most of free agency. Things have slowed down in a bit. We've had less news to report.
There's another breaking news story. Why don't you pull that one up? Oh my gosh.
Ah, damn it. There goes Luke Kennard. Is that the one
we're
you were
playing in
at?
big leagues now, Will? We better get somebody better than Luke Kennard if we let Luke Kennard not happen.
Luke Kennard was the option when we were poor.
No, but seriously though, there is a chance that they like can't figure out trades, and then the free agent market dries up, and then we're left with like, I guess we're only using some minimums here. So I think they should figure out something with trades. That's the other reason is that.
Bro, the Hawks are just going for it.
1 year, $11 million. So he's I think that's the same deal he was on with the Grizzlies last year. or these last 2 years.
But if the scenario that people had where the Nuggets could have gotten Luke Kennard wasn't this, right?
No, we would have
Wouldn't,
only had the tax pyramid level.
there's no way we could have afforded that. So,
But we can afford that now.
yeah, but why were people like linking Luke Kennard when that was clearly out of the price range? They thought he wouldn't get that much money?
I don't know that they were linking him to us. I think they were saying that we had interest in him.
Right. Well,
also, you never know how much a guy is going to get. Like, you don't know how much other teams are going to offer. Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't have been shocked if he only got like a tax pyramid level amount or a little above it. I was kind of like, I think he's going to be out of our price range, but only a little bit. But he was like way out of our price range, like our previous price range, right? You just never know, like where it's going to end up in terms of like where within that margin a guy's going to go, and he seemed to be on the far end of that slider. So, yeah. Are you sad that we didn't get Luke?
Not necessarily, but I just we're trying to think of shooters to get. I would rather
Other shooters, yeah.
probably like Grayson Allen more than Luke.
Yeah, it's just a long contract.
Yeah.
But now, like, let me look at it again and see, because the contract itself isn't it isn't increasing. It just kind of stays around 11% of the cap, which is like not great. But you know what? Just tell Phoenix, like, we'll take your 2031 swap.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to swap because we might be bad then too. So we want your 2030. We want your 2030 pick, and we'll take on Grayson Allen.
Yep.
Easy. Or here's one. We'll take a 2030 swap. We'll take Grayson Allen, and you take Zeke Naji. Or you just take Zeke Naji, we take Grayson Allen, and we call it whatever, and we just use the traded player exception to bridge the difference between those two.
Oh, there you go. I like that move.
Fixed it.
Zeke,
and then they don't
I'm
have to give up assets. Yeah, I'm taking that. Because they have the same amount of time left on their deals. Yeah.
Surprised we haven't gotten the CP3 news. I thought that would drop.
I know, early,
like,
right?
Really early. It seems like a no-brainer that he's going to go to the Clippers or
I think
whoever.
a lot of it makes me think it's going to be a minimum, because I think a lot of the minimum deals are going to come last,
right,
as sort of exceptions and other things get taken up.
Yeah.
But we got Bruce like right away after the MPJ news, which is funny because it's kind of like, now let's just lock this one in. Both sides were like, just love each other so much. That's so funny how much Bruce loves Denver. As what, like, I have nothing against Denver. I don't live there, by the way, for anybody in the chat. That I like Denver. But Bruce is like, is Bruce like the free agent that has loved Denver more than any free agent in Denver's past? The fact that he's doing a 1-year minimum deal at like 20, what is he, 28 now years old with no option on the back end?
And he's got the Nuggets tats. He wears the cowboy hat. He loves the abs.
Yeah, he's 28.
He loves going to events and like rodeos and the trade show and the stock show in Denver. Yeah, he's just like a Denver guy.
That's incredible. Now I actually just want the Zeke for Grayson trade to happen. I think that would save the Suns, like, I don't know, $100 million in luxury tax or something, just because of the multiplied penalties of being over the second apron.
Oh yeah, Gary loved, but yeah, we drafted him. Didn't we? I actually don't remember. I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah, because he was in the Jokic draft.
Yeah. What a day, people. Nuggets fans, we have a lot to consider and process about the team, and many more questions that are not answered yet. We'll probably, we'll be more in depth on Cam, and we'll react to whatever the next moves are, because there has to be some soon.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to leave the stream.
Well, things have slowed down a bit. I'm going to have to go through this 4-hour video and get Mo Wagner is expected to return to the Magic.
Yay, Mo's back. This is very much expected.
Yeah. I got to go through this whole 4-hour stream and put in these chapters and these reactions. I don't know how the hell I'm going to do that.
You're going to work miracles. I hope you time-stamped the trade reaction.
I'll find it, yeah.
Do you expect a point guard and a center? I don't know if we're going to sign a point guard, if I'm being honest. All of my my sort of read on the comments they've made over the last week is that they value shooting and not so much dribbling. They did sign Bruce, and maybe they feel like that's enough for a backup ball handler while Pickett is on the roster. I don't know how Jokic would feel about that. I do expect one of the signings to be a center or a big, ideally an actual center, because we need an actual center for our bigs to play next to.
Not having a point guard, yeah, I get that, because I mean, you can get someone who can add the shooting that they want without it being a point guard, but a point guard position is a little rough right now, especially if Russ is leaving. I don't know that. I mean, Bruce, I don't know. I just don't know really what to expect from Bruce, even though I'm excited about him.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from Bruce either. He's kind of the NPC wing. I see him more as, but maybe they see him as the backup ball handler, the backup vet ball handler, but also Pickett is there.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'll be very optimistic on him until I don't have to be anymore. I liked him being shot ready and just letting it fire in the glimpses that we saw of him last season, but I don't know. Maybe he'll be better next season, but I wish we did get a guard. I do like the ability of having another creator type. But yeah.
All right, I'm going to see if this Zeke for Grayson Allen deal would be legal. I just need to see if you can combine a player salary and a player exception. Because you'd need to combine Zeke's salary number plus part of either the full mid-level exception or the traded player exception to get to Grayson's salary. That just, it feels like it should be legal because it basically helps accomplish the goals of the CBA, which is help get the Suns like under the second apron and shed salary. But I don't know. Let's see. Aggregated player 6J12. This is me just scouring the CBA. This like 600-page document. 700 pages, actually. J1I. Anything else happening?
Just the Kennard deal. Nothing else new.
Do you see on the show notes, do you see any of the other stories for the last section where I had, in case we had a lull? There was like a long lull in the beginning of the show and then nothing since.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything there we haven't talked about yet that's happened in the last few days.
I mean, nothing that's
juicy.
Too significant. But yeah, definitely if you do use X or Twitter, follow us there. We'll react to that if anything else happens throughout the night but not in the middle of the night. Well, wasn't there some big thing that happened in the middle of the night?
James Harden.
Oh yeah, that James Harden thing.
Oh, Luka was the last one. It was in the middle of the night, but it was the middle of the night for East Coast people.
Mm-hmm. How would you feel about Larry Nance if, let's say,
but I'm not spending as much money on him, as much like cap room on him. Because if you can split, I don't think you can split up the traded player exception. So really, like, if you're talking about Larry Nance, like I would just go the full mid-level exception route and use like half of that for Larry and then the other half for someone else. If he's really getting interest somewhere else and I want to beat that offer, then sure. But I'm not going to go out of my way to like use the whole amount left on him for him.
Yeah, that'd be a lot on him.
Nance is a minimum unless somebody else is paying him more, is the thing.
He could be.
But I'm not going to go out of my way to.
People really want backup bigs, though, so I would imagine you get.
You really do. Oh my gosh, Luke Kornet, 4-year deal. I had a whole section in the show today about some of the backup bigs that might be getting less money now because Day'Ron Sharpe gets a 2-year deal with no option, and then who was the other? It was Day'Ron Sharpe and Jalen Williams with OKC gets a 3-year deal with a team option on the end, making similar money to like Zeke or Goga Bitadze, obviously a better player than Zeke. And then Jayshawn Tate taking the minimum deal. All of this coming after the Gafford news, but he's more of a starting center for the Mavs. And then Luke Kornet gets, $40 million from the Spurs. So the big market is kind of all over the place. Like it's a more mixed picture than it was last summer.
Lots of questions. It could be anyone. We're just going to be waiting to see who it is. But at least we're doing something, and we definitely didn't expect a trade.
I can't believe Jayshawn Tate should just be in Denver, bro.
Could have come here. I do remember him being an option. Was it this trade deadline? I remember it was CT talking about him. What a day.
Yeah. He's been on Nuggets fan list for a while, like since even before I joined the fandom.
We had our longest show ever last time with you and CT, and now we've easily crushed that. But it is the free agency special, so that is just going to be how it will be. And I can't believe we had people coming in and out the whole time. Anyone who watched, you guys are amazing. We love you.
Oh my gosh. Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry. I was reading.
Just thanking the viewers for coming in and out during this longest stream we've ever had.
I know. Where are we at right now? We probably should sign off, though.
Yeah.
I need to eat something.
We'll pass out if we keep going.
All right. We appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. Thanks, Red and Whites, for that. We'll add chapters at some point so you can see just our reaction to the MPJ trade. It's kind of crazy. It's like half the stream was me processing what the hell is going on. We will be back maybe at some point at the end of the week to review what the hell went on this week, but it seems like it's still a pretty active. Shams was right. He said it was going to be a pretty there would be fireworks this off season, and so far that has proved to be true if you're in the Western Conference, not so much in the East outside of the Hawks. And the Magic, actually. So Southeast Division is rising up.
Yep, as they should be.
All right. If you like our content, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe and hit the notification bell and leave us a review. We're on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, although I think the audio for this one is probably going to take a while to get up there.
I'll probably break it up. I don't know.
Okay.
Decisions.
Our social links are all in the description for both our personal socials and the show socials. And always remember, people, winning is fun and losing sucks. Especially when you lose the trade, but I don't think we did.
I think we won.
I think we won.
Yeah, sorry, I was just waiting for the stream to actually get to the ending.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, what am I gonna do?